We are. We'll put it on full screen. All right. Let's just get the old notes out. And it's starting. Here we go.
Where the beat's at.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 2015 state election coverage live. All the best effects from YouTube to ABC 24. We've got it all at Election HQ, including yours truly, your boy, Jordan Shanks. My producer, who you can't see him, but he's in a jacuzzi at the moment with two ladies. They're not as attractive as what you think. One of them has monobrow, the other one has massive warts. He's still the same as the producer. Give it up for my boy T-Man.
Hey, how's it going out there in internet land? Yeah, thanks.
Over and out. Thank you very much, Tom, for your vital contribution as we watch some guy that I've seen before in Queensland state coverage on State Line before, and now he's turned into Touch of the Women. Anyway, sorry, let's go to the next people. We've got Di Slee here as well. Are we starting or not? Are we still on the tryout?
No, yeah.
We're live now.
I think so, yeah.
Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. We can't figure out who's on
Alright, I think it's... Yeah, I think it's going. Can we check out the active page, the view page?
Can we get some confirmation if this is like going?
Let's go to YouTube.
Can we make this full as well?
Yeah.
Sorry if anybody's listening to this. We are really trying to figure out. Look, this is a practice run, all right? Go watch ABC 24 for a while. No, you stay here. We've all figured it out. Good. Well, thanks very much for tuning in, everybody. Really appreciate it as we, in the words of Alexander Downer, who was on AAA radio in Adelaide for, I think, 2 weeks before he was fired, because he started off with, as we endeavour in a new medium that we have little experience in, my wife and I are very nervous. So as you can imagine, not many people listen to that. We're joined here with ABC 24. We're going to basically be talking over the images as you see them. So, when we introduce everybody that's in here, I've got my producer here, Tom, from FriendlyJordies Facebook page. He's very kindly come home from playing golf, which of course producers play that game and are very good at it. Even though he's younger than me, he's 21. But he beats 70-year-old men at a game that's for people that are going, oh, my hips, both of them are out. No, I can still play. That's his biggest opponent, and surprisingly, he wins. I'm here with my friend Di. You may know him from certain episodes of Yilmaz. He's the one that you can't figure out whether he's Asian, Islander, mixed. He's one of those rock-like ethnicities. Di's here in the studio as well. And, everyone. And we've got local electoral expert here in New South Wales at the moment, but he knows all of the ins and outs of Queensland state election. Ali from Pakistan. He's not even got permanent citizenship here yet, but it is pending at the moment.
Working on it, boys, working on it. I'll get there somehow. Hey guys, how you going? Glad to be here.
Yeah, so that's pretty much the team that will guide you through the ins and outs of Queensland 2015. If anybody's live, you can comment in the box that's on Google Hangouts. How does it work, Tom? You explain this.
So yeah, like if anyone wants to comment or whatever, we'll like respond to it. If you just comment on Facebook or YouTube, and but not Google Hangouts because we don't know how it works. So one of the two. And yeah, so we can't comment on the chats. That's cool.
No, we can't comment on the chat. Change of plan, guys. And screen, that'd be great. For anybody who's, I noticed that there was somebody in Michigan, in America. I know that is somewhere there. for anybody who's not aware of what the situation is in Queensland at the moment, there is the incumbent Campbell Newman, who reminds me a lot of, you know, the velociraptors that are super smart in, I think it was the first Jurassic Park. He has the same visage as that. A lot of people describe him as being slimy. I like to think that he's more scaly than that. He's more of a, he's got that kind of visage of somebody who's capable of working in packs, thinks fast on his feet. He is a formidable foe against even people with guns, surprisingly, and Newman from Seinfeld. He's got the ball beat. Newman is...
R.I.P.
He's leading at the moment 52-48. Most people that are in Australia probably know what the situation is, especially if you're tuning into this moment. But if you don't, he's probably going to get re-elected, and so we're counting down until he's back on his throne rightfully, until he gets out of his throne, as there is a shock twist at the end. He won't retain his seat, so somebody else will take it and become the leader of the LNP, but will have way less seats than what they had before. Kate Jones is his incumbent, and Labor needs a 12% swing, which is, I don't understand why this is the case, but apparently that's unheard of in electoral history. Nobody has ever achieved a 12% swing in one term, but Labor's going to become very close. Even people like Alan Jones, for instance, who is our version of Rush Limbaugh, he has turned on Campbell Newman basically because most people really like farms. And as soon as you mess with them, which Campbell Newman went to his house, he wasn't invited, but he was promised that he wouldn't turn on the place that he grew up in, and his dad earned an honest living there. That's what gets through, is the fact that his parents, the house that he vaguely remembers from his childhood when he had, just one teddy bear because of the depression. What a happy childhood. That was Alan's home is going to go now because of coal seam gas, which is what I'm sure Americans, you know the deal with that as well. We've got 52% of our land that is currently okayed by state governments and federal governments across Australia, where it is legal for coal seam gas companies to undermine underneath your house, because technically you don't own anything below the grass line, and they can pump gas out of your property and you can't do anything about it, even if it poisons your water. That's, as we say in the biz, tough luck if that happens. And so we'll cross now to our electoral expert, Ali, who read 2 fact checks on ABC, and that's why he knows the most about this election in terms of exotic information. Ali, what did you learn so far about the 2 in policy change and differentiation?
Well, Jordan, to be fair, it was 1.5 pages, but I feel I am an expert now.
Yeah.
Well, boys, the facts are
Good,
simple. Labor needs about 36 seats to actually be in a significant position. It's true that in the history of Australian elections, that sort of swing hasn't happened. But if you remember last election of Queensland, nobody had predicted that as well.
Yeah, stranger things have happened.
So let's keep our fingers crossed. Let's hope the best man wins. And I think we all know who the best man is, but I'll leave that up to you guys to figure out.
Ali, what do you know about Campbell Newman? Because this is really surprising. Ali has been in the country for 12 months and he knows more about politics in this country than I've got a lot of friends that are barista artists that try and make the Mona Lisa out of froth for $4 a cup. He knows more than that guy.
Well,
what do you know about Campbell Newman in a summary? You've done some of the research for some of the videos as well, haven't you?
yeah, I did actually. Campbell Newman is like, well, for the American viewers, you can pretty much compare him to a Republican candidate. Think of him like Mitt Romney, but not as good. Well, Campbell Newman is essentially...
Mitt Romney was hot. I don't think that's the massive difference between them. As in, Campbell Newman looks like a Goomba, but bigger.
And
sorry,
yeah, that's pretty fair. And yes, he is a not so good looking Mitt Romney.
Yeah.
Well, Campbell Newman's initially came into power,
and that matters.
Campbell Newman initially came into power and said that he's going to do everything for the state, bringing up like lower unemployment rates, increase infrastructure projects, increase education. But essentially, all he's done right now is support the mining industry. And the mining industry...
And it worked! You know how much money they've got in comparison to Labor in this election? Have you read this little tidbit? $7 to every $1 Labor has. It's truly, in the words of Anastasia Palaszczuk, a David and Goliath battle. And don't you think that that's the kind of voice that David did have when he was about to verse Goliath? Very timid, but still righteous and ready to fight, I guess.
Goliath online.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that was the case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is all speculation. None of us were alive, but, you know, a man can think of, right?
And you, man, can think a lot of it.
Yeah.
Well,
I did it.
Well, and don't forget that most of the money that the mining...
I'm just kidding, guys. I wasn't there.
Most of the mining companies that are making those profits, a lot of it is going abroad. So it's that figure that
you know the percent up?
It was about, it depends on sort of contracts that they're going to sign with a lot of these Indian companies that are planning on doing it. But, well, you can say a fair bit of it is going to Indian companies.
All right, well, you clearly don't know that. I do. It's 80%. 80% of your resources, future money that should be spent in Australia goes overseas to companies like Rio Tinto and BHP, which you think is Australian. Think again. BHP is owned by 83% foreign interest, and Rio Tinto is 73, I think, if memory serves me well. And I don't think it has. I think I've got them mixed around, but maybe I haven't. So anyway, sorry, I'll keep going with your in-depth analysis of the Queensland election. Not being an Australian citizen yet, and not being from that state.
Well, the main issue for this particular election is the investment that a lot of these and the privatization issue.
Yes.
The Liberal, Campbell Newman is essentially saying that he wants to lease a lot of these public assets in order to raise funds and spend on, as he always says, infrastructure projects. And infrastructure projects are only useful if you want to go at 110 instead of 100 on a highway, just to increase the size of the roads just a bit. So if you're wanting to go 110 instead of 100, then Campbell Newman's the guy for you.
Why do you think the Liberal Party is so obsessed with roads?
Because it's
why is that such a selling point? I remember listening to their campaign launch. Campbell Newman, the things that excite the Liberal voter is anytime you ever hear the word jobs, they go nuts. It's like it's a Bon Jovi concert, which is something that I think they would believe is incredibly exciting even today. Most of them, their theme song, if you looked at their Facebook page and it said favorite songs, I bet you one of them would be "It's My Life," deepest shit ever.
It's my favorite song.
Yeah. It was jobs. Every time they say jobs, the whole crowd thinks that they have massive control over that. State governments do to a certain degree, but not to the point that you should be cheering as if Campbell Newman is a rock star. He's wearing a suit. The next one that they always find incredible is when they talk about roads. As soon as they say roads, and then I suppose it's because they add this towards it at the end, they always say, better roads means you can spend more time with your family. So I think that what they like more is families, and they see roads as a stronger link to the family ties. I think that's probably it.
It's also one of the most non-controversial investments for any. So if your government isn't the one that holds its legs properly, they're probably going to go for infrastructure investment because it's non-controversial. If they say we want to invest in education, they're going to get all of these corporations, a lot of people, universities going, hey, that's a bit controversial, and are you sure you want to go this? And they'll come up with their statistics to support why it's a bad idea. Infrastructures are usually the least controversial government spending. And
so if you ask an economist, they'll always say, yeah, well, I mean, it does create jobs. Someone's got to build those roads.
Well, it depends on
what's the assessment.
It depends on what sort of economists are you
that
talking
assessment
to.
cost $3 million. Anyways.
$3 million that have pretty much zero potential for increased revenue. So roads, even though are non-controversial, but in the long run, it's helpful in a sense that you can drive your car a bit faster, but there are other areas that need more investment, in my opinion. And Campbell Newman's pretty much spending all of his money on infrastructure projects. And to be fair, a lot of those infrastructure projects are for mining industries. So it's essential. And he claims that the total amount of jobs that he's going to create are around 200 to 250,000 jobs.
Says he's going to create 200,000 jobs.
That's what he's saying. And he said that before as well. I doubt it.
I'm sorry. What year are we in? Don't you think that's the same as Aztec kings saying, I will make it rain. I'll do the dance. If you kill me, no rain for you, no crops.
But he has a reputation of
200,000
doing that.
jobs is saying, I can make it rain.
200,000 sacrifice.
Don't you think that's what he says? In exchange for the 200,000 jobs, I demand you sacrifice the sea giant, aka the Great Barrier Reef. that is Campbell Newman's. That's Campbell Newman's price for being the king. God, I hope that when he gets re-elected today, even though he won't be elected, but if he does, please have a dead cheetah wrapped around him. He claims he killed.
If
But it was
not, the
actually
sea
his
giant will
great-grandfather.
rise again. The sea giant will rise again. Godzilla was not fiction.
Don't you think that is something that he could say in his liberal? I don't know if you guys saw it. You probably didn't, but I did do about 2 hours of research on this, which was watching the campaign launches of Labour and Liberal. Campbell Newman in the background. The Labour Party's so budget, it has the same silk curtain that Channel 9 has when it's covering the US election, and it cuts to Richo, who was a former front bencher on Keating. So he's a fat old sluggish man that always looks like he's half asleep. Him, some other guy I've never heard. It always cuts back to them after an ad break, and they've got this kind of blue satin draped curtain behind them as they nervously glance at one another as the music goes. Welcome back to Channel 9's exclusive coverage of the election. Guys, thoughts? Yeah, I don't really know that much about the Democrats and Republicans. One of them's like Labour, one's like Liberal. Good analysis. Anyway, let's cut to CNN now. they just feed back into network news. They have that same. Yes, Tom.
Sorry. The feed's like not working. Like it's really slow because our upload speed is really shit. So like, if we turn off the ABC 24 stream, then it might work. It's a sacrifice, I know.
It's not much of a sacrifice. Are you looking at the guy who's just on screen? Come on, really? Do you want to see that guy? Turn it off, man. Screw this guy.
Well, it says goes.
Damn.
Well,
the electoral expert has
I think
spoken.
it might make a difference.
yeah, y'all can all watch it on.
Yeah, if everybody just goes on ABC 24 live and just tries to stream it from there, then we'll turn it off the Hangout, and it might make everything better. Maybe. That seems to be the consensus.
Should we put some images of like fractals or something, man?
I don't know how to do this now. How do I turn off the video?
Turn camera off.
Can we put up a picture of that bully from Hey Arnold? And if anybody can remember his name, put it in the comment section, and you will win the special prize of us saying, "Oh yeah, that's right."
How do you turn it on?
What do you want turned on, Tom?
No, we want to turn this off.
Ask the expert. Who doesn't? I don't know how Instagram works yet, and I'm not going to find out either. Why is Tony Abbott in on this? You know, Tony Abbott was asked specifically by Campbell Newman not to come up, so people forget that the Liberal National Party and the Liberal National Coalition are the same party. Blasphemy. Yeah. It's pretty disrespectful to the down king, don't you think? Yeah.
Abbott. You cannot disrespect that.
That's.
I guess we know who Abbott's rooting for this election, then maybe he's pissed off about it.
Yeah, I don't reckon they're good. No, I do think they're very good friends, actually. When I saw them running for the last campaign, when Campbell Newman, God, Liberal Party, a daggy. They had this hat last time. Imagine wearing a cap around and being a legitimate. This is like a governor in America. He's got that level of power, but he walks around in a t-shirt that says "Can-Do Queensland" and a hat that says exactly the same thing, going, "Hey guys, how are you? My name's Campbell. You guys, you know what can-do means? It means we're going to get the job done. That's what it means, guys." God, that's demeaning. That's basically being a mascot that hands out pamphlets saying the Pinocchio picture 2 for 1 Tuesdays. I don't think that's the same level.
He's going for the masses in a very horrible way, but
Yeah.
he is. He's going for the masses, the people who are voting for him.
Who does anyone know who's speaking of somebody who was genuinely convinced by Campbell Newman saying "stronger Queensland" heaps? if that was their electoral decision when he says, I'm in it for a stronger Queensland, if somebody at home was sitting there thinking, he's got a point, strength is awesome.
But let's not forget, it is Queensland. I mean, come on, Richard.
Yeah, you're an expert on Queensland. You've actually been there. When was the last time? Di and I went there once to the Gold Coast, and you know what I noticed?
SeaWorld, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do goths like SeaWorld so much? You remember there was heaps of people dressed in black that listened to Screamer, and that you could hear death metal in their earphones. What a strange experience, listening to death metal
Especially
and looking at manatees while there's kids on a water slide next to you going, yeah, while you're sitting there going, yeah, watching some mammal that's quite sentient going, please let me go back to the sea. God, being a goth is, man, no wonder they're suicidal. Everyone else is incredibly happy, but they hone in on the sadness. As if I looked at that manatee, I wouldn't be able to commune with him. I wouldn't be able to talk. I bet and see the pain in his eyes while I'd sit there licking an ice cream going, "It's a manatee! Mommy, it's a manatee!" You're 19, Jordan, but yep, good spot. Yeah, I don't know. You've been to Queensland's ghetto. In the words of Ali, how's this for a review? I can't remember the suburb. He'll fill you in on it in a second, but I really want to introduce this piece of information to you. His cousin lives in a place that Ali claims is, quote, worse than Macquarie Fields.
And Mountjoy combined.
Ali lives around that area, but for anyone who doesn't know, Macquarie Fields, it's an unfamous Cronulla. They had a riot there, and because it's designed basically for burglars, there's a lot of back alleys where you can, as soon as the heat's on, you can make your get on. get out of the situation really fast. That place is better than where Ali went, but tell us about it because, man, God, I'm happy I don't live.
Jake Summit has commented with the bad guy from Arthur. Is that right?
Harold Berman was the bully, and Helga was the female bully love interest, creepy stalker. Jake Summit, you have won the official award of. Oh yeah, I think that's right. Happy birthday to you. Can you imagine if it was your birthday? Then you would have gotten 2 prizes.
Shout out to Jake Summit. Reaching the heights of talent.
Can we click onto his Facebook profile? I really hope that his favourite brand of clothing is Cakeman Do Clothing. Change it, Jake. Change it, you pussy. Thanks for listening, though, man. Good on you.
What a champion, dude. He helps us out.
Jake Summit.
Yes.
So
So
he's
everyone
actually a good-looking dude.
Studied psychokinesis at Charles Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters.
Oh
man.
my God.
Works at
We're
Ruling
playing with
Society.
a chess master. But his game of chess is real life. Damn.
And he's
We're
the
pawns in
king.
this massive game. Oh,
I got some Christmas.
damn it, Summit. Why are you always at the top of everything? What an eye in the Illuminati pyramid. Yeah,
Yeah,
tell us about it. What's the suburb's name?
Deception Bay. It's the best place ever. It's not. It's the worst place ever. It's.
What's it?
I'll tell you.
Deception Bay.
Deception Bay. Yeah.
Deception Bay.
And it's right. Deception.
How good is that?
It's
You
right.
open up any house and surprise, it's a jumping castle. Oh no, it'd be about the bay, wouldn't it? There is a deception that it is a bay. You go there and it's
the
mud, I
shittest
guess,
bay.
and a fish there going. They told me it was a bay. struggling for water.
It's like half the old fish from your old from your old video.
Yeah, the guy that we all owe our entire genetic history to. People informed me that this is not the way evolution works, and to be honest, I haven't really studied anything further than that. So still in my head, the image is that a fish was losing the fight evolutionary in the ocean and thought, okay, this is just useless. I've got to try something innovative. The original management consultant that you bring in, he addressed that guy, which I'm imagining is kind of an eel that said, "You've got to go into the land. Get loans." And that, guys, is how evolution works.
And they're not.
Is that easy enough for you?
Yeah,
And they're not helping the evolution case anymore because the place right next to Deception Bay is called Caboolture. Google this, and the highest criminal cases are actually incest cases in that places. Well, psychiatrists are coming from all over Australia to this one particular suburb because they cannot figure out why so many people are interested in incest in this place. This is true, man. This is true.
Why is there a magnetic force around this area that makes you think that your mum's home? Why is this one suburb?
Or your daughter. It's
Man, this region fucked up, man.
really fucked up. This is how fucked
Did you
up.
live there? Does your cousin live in the incest suburb or the suburb next?
Thank God, no, dude. I think people they can't survive in that area.
No, he lives in the suburb where everybody sits there and laughs at a fish going, "He thought it was water." That's the weekend activity. That's their Sunday barbecue.
Yeah, it's right next to the suburb. Just bang them out.
Spraying a jumping castle with a hose. It's just
Yeah.
throwing the fish in there.
Yeah. There's a lot of 40-year-old men on the jumping castle as well, so it's always broken. And it's just they go there and they jump physically up and down, and somebody sprays them with water. Happy Sunday, the holiest of days.
Maybe that's enough of Deception Bay.
No, I want to know more about it. Tell us more about the incest thing.
Well, the incest thing, there isn't much to know because everyone's worried. Even the people who live there are like, what the hell is going on here? So people who belong to the lowest social economic strata are saying, what the fuck is going on here? This is the scenario. But, you want to hear something that's even...
You know what?
What?
Fair enough.
Do you know the postcode?
Yeah,
What's the postcode? I was trying to find one.
Let's give it a shout out.
I have no idea what the
I
postcode
feel like someone's probably from Deception Bay listening to this, just taking it.
Yeah, but they're like good areas within Deception Bay as well, just to keep the record straight.
Yeah, if anyone's from Deception Bay, just like.
Especially if you live in that sort of a
Maybe
compound where most of the doctors live that treat the people around that suburb. That place was pretty mad, but it's surrounded by a shithole.
Anyway, this is basically as Josh Dick has pointed out, we haven't really talked about the election in 15 minutes. Good call, Josh Dick. The thing is, the reason why we're talking about this is because we're trying to set up that Ali is the expert on Queensland when it comes to election HQ, because the only real tangible link that we have to it other than that is that I think Tom, because his parents, he was kind of that kid that was, as a kid, saying, "Mum, can I have a Nintendo 64? Do you want two, just in case one breaks?" He probably got the 3-day super park pass, but I think we had to train our way up to the Gold Coast, and then we went to arguably the shittest of the 3 parks, which is SeaWorld. David, miserable animals and half the rides. $20 nugget packs. SeaWorld.
You're not even jumping high enough now. They're just tired because they've been in the same pool for 10 years. They're just like, we're not doing this anymore. Can we please stop this?
Could you imagine how annoying that would be 3 times a day to have the girl with the microphone next to her, the motivational speaker microphone sitting there going, but dolphins probably have intelligence similar to a 7-year-old. wouldn't you be really patronised if your mum was sitting there going, "You want a Mexican? You want a Mexican? Do you happy dance?"
Did a dolphin like eat one of the trains one time? I tried to. Oh, maybe that was the killer whale. That black
It would be.
It's the killer whale.
The dolphin. Dolphin's your man's best friend, Aqua Shark.
What state is SeaWorld in, do you reckon? Which election?
Let's hope that it is in Mermaid Bay, because bit of tidbit for the election. We'll get back to the incest suburb in a second, because that's what we're all here to listen to. Mermaid Bay, however, has a delightful character by the name of, if I look through my notes, and I wish that it was on there, Ray Stevens. Ray Stevens was asked by a journalist during the election cycle about $100 million Skyrail project, which he allegedly, and I suppose I have to legally say this because we've got people recording and listening to it, but if this wasn't recorded, I'd say, no, he did it. But we're not saying that. We're not saying that. What we're saying is that he allegedly was involved in the corruption surrounding the $100 million Skyrail project. Ray Stevens was asked this by a local reporter who, by reporter I mean it was a dude in a t-shirt that had a crapper quality recorder than my camera. So, God, that must have cost $50 from Kmart. He goes in and says to Ray Stevens, "Can you tell us about your links to the Skyrail?" And he said, "No, because I'm in an election. Get out of my face. You're not allowed to ask any questions during an election." He got really butthurt about it. The guy wouldn't give up, kept asking him the questions. So eventually Ray Stevens stood up and danced in front of him silently. You can't see what I'm doing, but if you think about Michael Jackson, except for terrible at dancing, he was doing moves that are much more than what somebody of his stature should be doing. He was standing there dancing in front of him silently for 30 seconds, and that was his response to corruption allegations, to dance in front of someone silently. And that would be representing Mermaid Bay. I bet he'll get in. We'll definitely be keeping coverage of that. As soon as we know that guy's in, we will be celebrating that. That, and Tom, did you find out who has the highest margin of, the highest majority in their seat? Something about, Southern Downs. He's the health minister for Queensland. Obviously, we've forgotten his name because, really, who cares about state politics?
Hey, we're going for the whole 6 hours.
You do. Strap yourself in the van. Yeah, who is it?
Yeah, it was Southern Downs is the seat. It's
Already got that? Yep. That's the up. Good. Anyway, the point is, this guy has the largest majority in the Senate. As soon as in the Legislative Assembly, they don't even have a Senate in Queensland. This is something we found out. They have one house in Queensland State because 2 houses is too hard. Kind of. This is their election campaign that they've been running across television in Queensland. God. Huh?
Lawrence Springborg.
Yeah.
Got it.
Borgie. When Borgie wins, we will all be celebrating. So the first 3 people write in nations. Hopefully we can hook up Google Chat and we'll talk to you about where were you? Where were you in the fight of his life? Where were you taking home a seat that has a 20%? It's definitely getting back here.
Is Springbok the first Manchurian candidate? Is it really a side one? I mean, he's got a majority seat by...
Oh, you're saying he's a robot? I didn't know that. All the more reason to love Borgie.
You know, it's the Borg consensus going over there.
Were they the bad
over
guys in
Skynet.
Star Trek?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
The Skyrail, the Skynet, you know, there's a connection there. So we got Terminator and Star Trek. But the connections are coming really thick and fast for me.
Just as a quick side note for anybody who doesn't know, Di is your classic fisherman that has access to the internet. He is the biggest conspiracy theorist you'll ever meet in your life. Quickly, and then obviously we will get back to it, but guys, I have 6 hours to cover here.
The
So I
Earth
think
is flat.
genuinely believe that. His other conspiracy theory that he is convinced happened is during 9/11, no planes hit the towers. It was CGI. Please tell us.
So I explain why, please. Well, the popular explanation for that is that the plane goes behind the building, or one of the foreground buildings. But I think that's a terrible explanation because it should. The building's in the foreground, so that's okay. But
Expert.
the other thing is that it just sort of like melts into the building. If you look at it closely, the plane just melts in there, and it's it's an aluminium light plane. Like all planes are built lightly compared to the concrete and steel structure of the building, and should just like smash to pieces when it hits it.
So you're saying if the plane looks like it's Mercury?
Yeah, it looks
the
like
Alex Mack of planes.
Yeah, it's like it just morphs into a liquid when it hits, and then it's the big explosion. Other than that, the Earth is flat.
You gotta be debating with Galileo this one, man. 1700. I think we had moved
How
beyond
do you
that.
debate a man who's dead? That's amazing. Di is the incumbent winner due to death. Due to 300 years of lifespan between the two. So Di's truth reigns undefended at the moment. Yes, we have reached the information dark ages. Excellent. No, I'm sure it's real. Yeah.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
So glad to have a conspiracy theorist. It's so good. And the best thing is because he watches a bunch of YouTube people that have 2,000 views mostly. More or less my competition, I guess. they you love that format, don't you? I thought you'd be really pro the ABC 24 watching it on stream because that's mostly what conspiracy theory sites are. It's kind of just a bunch of different pictures and maybe some film, and then they'll go, okay, let's just pause this, and it'll be footage from 2001 on the net, so it's going to be really grainy. And then they'll put the little circle on it going, you see here? You see here? Notice how it melts into the tower.
Whoa.
Aluminium doesn't melt, okay?
We don't understand this.
Now, I am a physicist.
Do your research.
Yeah. Sorry, but Ali, before we enlighten you with more pieces of information about the state election, please tell us more about debate.
Oh, well, Reese Leaf Pawson just commented, like he lives like 15 minutes away, and he said it's notoriously shit. The high school is a war zone.
I ain't lying.
Reese, I don't want to tell you what to do with your life, but stand by to hear me tell you what to do with your life. Please write more on that. Do you have examples of why it's a war zone? Because, hey, baby, ooh, I want to know. Now, Ali, tell us more about debate before the war zone report comes in. We're talking about electorates here, people, in Queensland. This affects you.
Well, there isn't much to say about that place, man. The police wasn't targeting drunk drivers. They knew the people who were behind the wheel were drunk, but they were looking for bikie gang members and weapons. So they were letting the small fish go. So there was essentially cars roaming around the roads, moving here and there, which obviously they were intoxicated, but the police wasn't even looking after them. They were going for hardcore bikie members, and they were searching cars for guns. That really scared me, man. If you're a guy who's used to Bondi, that really scares you.
Oh, man. I didn't realize that Fang's real then. That reminds me a lot of The Wire. That is essentially what happened there. We don't have enough money for anything minor. We just got to work on the major stuff now.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
It reminded me of Pakistan.
You reached Queensland. Did it?
Dude,
What was the ratio of real Pakistan? Not where you live. Ali lived in Elysium. It's basically this bubble within Pakistan where as soon as you walk in there, they've got robot servants, dogs that are robots as well that do dances, and you can switch them to cat mode. It's still a dog, but it meows.
What's it actually called?
It has the most utopic name ever. Defense Housing Authority.
French housing before.
That's his suburb's name. This is where Ali's from. You know what? If that's not real Pakistan, I don't know what is. The ritziest suburb in that country is called Defense Housing Authority.
Is there a massive wall around it?
They want to put that wall around it, but the real Pakistan keeps knocking that shit over.
The real Pakistan.
No, wait, so the real Pakistan are the Mongols and you're the Chinese.
Essentially, yes. They keep wanting penetrating in, but we're keeping them out.
Yeah.
Come on.
But I heard that last time you went there, the difference between Elysium and Pakistan is basically that you've got pimp houses now. But if you walk around there, there's a bunch of people that don't have arms anymore in their mouth going, double the sadness, I've got one arm now, I've got no arms.
And I think they've got arms, man. Everyone has arms over there.
What about $5 fat?
Yeah, is that
Yes.
still the deal?
You could, well, in real Pakistan, you could essentially get, as I hear, a prostitute for $1, which is like
Jesus Christ!
100.
Oh my god! As if that's not worse than D-Bay. Come on. Yeah,
Well,
okay, put it on the ratio of that. So we're talking about a place where people sell their body for $1 as opposed to D-Bay. What have we got? What's the ratio of terribleness?
Well, they're giving their bodies for $1, and they're also taking lives for $1, so it goes hand in hand.
No way.
Yeah.
You can get a hitman there for $1. Does that mean you can kill a chief police for $20?
Yeah, but
I have that in my wallet right now.
you could get the cheaper police just now. The cheaper police.
Yeah, don't you think that's about the right logic? Eat 20 times harder to get. $20. Yeah.
D-Bay is much better than that.
What's D-Bay?
Deception
I
Bay.
spat everywhere, guys. Spat water.
And actually, Deception Bay isn't that bad. Caboolture was actually pretty shit. Which is like everything Deception Bay, I think. I'm not an expert on Queensland state property.
Tom, the social media expert, techspert, if you will, have you got where D-Bay is and Caboolture?
It's a suburban Brisbane.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, so who owns that? As if Labor doesn't own that. Even with the 9, they have 9. For anyone who doesn't know what a steep climb this is, Labor currently holds 9 seats in state parliament. Campbell Newman holds, if I look at my notes, I don't know, it's in the 70s, whatever.
Yeah, it's about 74, I think.
Yeah.
73, 74.
Even in that context, don't you think D-Bay is still run by the boys from the union?
Dude, you don't have
The boys.
you
MP had the money to advertise in Blitz there, but they were too scared that someone was going to sue them for putting up billboards. Because that person, someone would say, just when they go up there on the ladder, there'd be a bunch of people sitting there going, why don't you come down, cunt? Need to piss sometime. And he'd be sitting there crying. And then they'd need one of those helicopters that tells you about the traffic reports to rescue him. Because according to Campbell Newman, before he was there, it was a crime nightmare. That's the other thing that I've got to quickly touch on while we're here in this territory. Campbell Newman loves to claim that he has reduced the crime rate, that before him it was basically Escape from LA in state form. It wasn't. He claims that he is responsible for a 12% reduction in crime. Not true, according to factcheck.gov. Apparently, it's been a downward decline and trend in crime. So the one he claims to, and what you would expect he would do as a Conservative government member is really control crime. Their answer always is to beef up laws, make them really draconian. The laws that he has introduced in Queensland, wrap your head around this. Most Western democracies, quote from some guy who I can't remember, but I did watch this, I think it was on Channel 7. He said that most Western democracies have never had laws that draconian in their entire existence. Some democracies are hundreds of years old. Even in 1700 AD, people were thinking, "Thou's just a bit of an encroachment on thine rights, doesn't thou thinketh?" Campbell Newman says to that, "No, I think we can go further." He wants to toughen up the laws further if he gets elected. These laws, basically, if you're deemed a bikie, which means that you're hanging around in a group of more than 3 people, that classifies as a bikie gang. Technically, in these laws, they've made them really, really broad. You don't have right to a fair trial in that circumstance. It's more of a tribunal in that situation. This is the kind of law that we're under here.
Wasn't that? Couldn't you get jailed for 6 months without bail if they thought that you were a bikie member? If you had priors, then it could be more than 6 months. Those laws are really fucked up.
Is that true?
Yeah. I can look it up, man.
Ali is really obsessed with politics, while the rest of us were reading Harry Potter 2. Yay, I don't need you anymore, Mum. I think that was the first book I read by myself. And then I read them all by myself. Yours. While I was reading that, Ali was reading Marx. Think about his education in politics. Basically, I ask for his opinion on all my videos, and that's what you're hearing. His voice.
I don't know, man. Harry Potter just wasn't that interesting. Come on, it's time. Come on, we're old enough now.
I got over after the 5th, 5th one. It was,
after the 5th one.
Yeah, I took a bit longer than you, but yeah, most people still read all 7.
I read the first one actually.
You don't like it?
It wasn't. I don't know. I wasn't that into fiction anyway.
Yeah, the thing that really irked me about it was that she tried to invent swear words in Schoolyard. She wasn't portraying the reality of the fantasy world.
As if that'd be so
Because
weird,
she was saying, "You're a mudblood." Who was offended by that? Why would you want to say it? I wanted to say cunt.
Okay. You're too much so out of like the fantasy magical land that she's created. And then just like break out of like their character and use like muggle language.
Yes.
In saying that,
yeah, that's a good point. I'm sorry I raised that.
But wasn't Harry Potter designed for like posh kids in England? Initially, when it came out, like it was for posh kids, so they didn't want to use swear words because I don't know, it would ruin society.
Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of Harry Potter.
Yeah, I don't know the authority on that. Yeah.
But I do know that out of all the books that I read as a kid, anytime the storyline started to happen on that, I'd be thinking, "Oh, get back to the bureaucracies of Gringotts Bank." It was better the world. The world was better than the story.
What were you reading, Ali, when everyone else was reading Harry Potter?
I don't know, dude. Di, you must have read this book. It's called Rule by Secrecy. It was essentially like Michael Moore on pages. It was just how Jim Moss. Yeah. And his first book was Rule by Secrecy, where he was just saying how the world is controlled by the small group, and the Rockefellers are like the bosses of that group. But then
the Cockefellers?
The Cockefellers, yes. But then his second book, he was sort of exposed because then he was talking about his second book was, I think, called People from Mars or something. It was kind of like Scientology, where he said aliens came over and then they screwed everything up. So then
that's what he thought. Like
that's what he genuinely thought, that aliens had something to do with it.
I thought this guy was like a political scientist or something.
That's what everyone initially thought when his first book came out, but his second book exposed him horribly.
That's so bad. So did you feel like it was a waste of time reading the first one?
Yeah, dude. Like I was genuinely disheartened when I was like, what the hell? At 15, I was 14 when his second book came out, and I was like, this guy doesn't know shit.
That's awesome.
You know what it'd be great?
Maybe he
Ali
knows
was stealing diapers.
Yeah, he knows too much, Ali. Yeah, what do you know?
Maybe.
All views covered. Isn't that way more views than what you're watching on ABC2 now, which I think is Wayne Swan? And who's the Liberal person? We get that screen back on.
Yeah, I'll get it. Why do all old politicians look
We've
like
got a
a
conspiracy
half-burnt candle
theory.
with glasses on it?
A what?
A half-burnt candle with glasses on it. Yeah,
If you're not watching ABC, look at Wayne Swan and tell me that he's not a half-burnt candle. No offense, world's greatest treasure.
Time magazine's world greatest treasure. Was it Times or Forbes?
No, it was Euro magazine. Never heard of that before. It sounds like a European version of Monopoly. Don't you think they would have just called it that? Euro, and the guy, instead of having a top hat, has a beret. That's Ali.
Man, look at the dude running this, the host, the anchor guy.
What about him?
I don't know, man.
He looks like a Muppet. He is a Muppet.
Just like contrasting like the sophisticated chat like on this, and then us just making fun of their appearance. You can't even see what they're saying.
You actually just won.
You fucking candle, man.
No way. To give everybody a tally of what's happening at the moment, ALP is currently in the lead with 25 seats, LNP 24, others on 4. Woo! Are we in for a win? Are we in for a win, boys? Except for Ty, this is not a win to him. Anyone's a loss, man. It's still part of the game. But for everybody else,
Besides what you're saying.
We need to look in the Astro.
oh no, the bad one. Oh, we're on a tie. It's
Shit, too soon.
Oh my god.
well. Maybe we should talk more about the state election. I can't
So,
believe it's
like,
heating up already.
On
This is
biking
50 minutes in. I thought that we'd have to pad for 2 hours minimum.
before stuff started happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the fast counts.
I think we're still talking about the
Yeah,
Astro.
Talk about bikies funding the Labour Party. Is that true or is it not true?
Ali.
I
say that's true.
I don't know much about it, but that's a smart move. But the Bikies,
Well,
one
no, that's just
party is
what
fucking them over.
The LNP is like claiming that was like they were kind of some of their like propaganda ads,
Yeah.
just saying that
Right.
like the bikies were like funding Labour parties like election party.
I doubt that's
This
happening,
is
though.
the same logic that unions fund the ALP, and because unions fund the ALP and some union members are allegedly bikies, which is just a wild accusation that the LNP covers all the time, that bikies fund them. Baloney. I say that, first of all, yeah, you're right. It's a good move for them to do it anyway. I wouldn't care. Second off, who would you rather running your state anyway? A bunch of bikies that just want to sell meth, or coal interests that want to sell off all of your assets to the point that schools are now doubled the size of their classes. They're already overcrowded. They're the most overcrowded classroom sizes in the state before that. Now they've doubled already. He's cut back on hospitals. You have to wait for surgery now for, I think the waiting list to get onto the waiting list in the Queensland public hospital system is 240,000 people.
Wow,
That's insanity, isn't it?
Wow.
How many people are there in Queensland? 4 million?
Everyone's on the list.
Yeah, everyone's on the list.
They're on the Campbell Newman's probably creating more meth addicts in that sense.
He is creating more meth addicts. This is not conspiracy, man. This is true. This is factual. They're saying this is a story in the Courier Mail. This is Campbell Newman's own mouthpiece saying that if as a result of more jobless rates in Queensland, which they obviously don't say it's because of Campbell Newman, but it is. He sacked 24,000 people and scrapped the Skilled Queenslanders for Work program, which got 54,000 people employed and was profitable within its first 12 months of running. He scrapped that for some bizarre reason. So essentially he scrapped, and they're predicting now that it'll increase the job rate by 36,000 if Anastasia Palaszczuk gets in. So he's responsible for 50,000 job cuts. That's why the unemployment rate is at 7% as opposed to what it was before at 5.5% under Labor. He has made it so that people have become so depressed that they're building, it's one of the highest states in the country for in-house meth labs. We're talking mums and ex-firefighters and stuff making meth in their own house. Yes, he is getting people addicted to crack.
Maybe he's projecting. Maybe the Bucky's
Too controversial?
Okay.
I don't know. I see a
Sorry,
sequel
man.
for Breaking Bad in Queensland after this. I see a sequel for Breaking Bad in Queensland after
Yeah.
this. It's there.
Yeah, it's already there, isn't it?
And one more thing, we always generally governments always tend to vilify bikie gang members. Nobody's saying they're normal people, but if you look at what the state governments are doing, this is all getting into conspiracy, but they're responsible for a lot more destruction than bikie gang members.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Even if it was true, I would prefer bikies running the state as opposed to conglomerates. There I said it. I care more about the Great Barrier Reef and a bunch of scumbags getting your shoot up. Who cares about that? Yeah, they're going to shoot the odd kid.
And bikies were running. We're talking about people on choppers on deception bay. Come on, give the criminals the power. They know how to be bosses.
Yes,
Yeah. You replace police with enforcers. Yeah.
Yes.
And instead of having a badge, you just have a tat of a woman with devil horns.
And a spike.
That shows that you're a cop from a nice that you guys are not voting for currently. But let's look at the votes at the moment. What the seats are. 27. Oh my god! This is close. This is really close. 27 apiece, guys. The LNP and the ALP are on 27 seats each currently. Others are on 31 in question.
And Shane Nutt has retained his seat.
Okay.
I don't know. But yeah, Keith Urban apparently is from D-Bay.
Dang.
Keith Urban? Is that his name? Kabuta. Yeah, Keith Urban, Nicole Kidman's husband. And these dudes.
Wait, are those guys that won that spin-off of Australian Idol called X Factor that got half the audience and they had to can it at the very end of the trial? And they basically the thing that they moved on to that was their best and brightest moment was they're on Video Kids and they were advertising some Call of Duty game and they were sitting there saying, "What do you think about it?" And they were quite shy in front of camera and said, "Good, it's pretty good." These are the stars that you voted for. Yeah. In essence, essentially, yes, it's probably less damaging to have organised crime run a state than it is to have mining conglomerates run it. If you look at all the stats and figures, I would probably wager that more people would die as a result of lack of services than they would in terms of a few drive-bys, especially when the bikie stats are. I think they're responsible for 2% of crime in Queensland. It's something ridiculously small. Look, bikies is their new terrorist. It's just a state version of saying that there's a terrorist. It's some way that they can scare people into voting who are stupid, that are the same people that were behind Campbell Newman in his election opening campaign, a campaign launch, which was amazing. You should have seen this. It was exactly what you would imagine a puppet government to have in the background. It was the hottest chick they could find standing right behind Campbell Newman, looking incredibly bored the whole time. Then there was these real show ethnic diversity. I think they were Sudanese or something, but they were just draped in such expensive clothing that was. It really reminded me of going on the ride in Disneyland. It was that, yeah.
That was creepy.
So
as
you see,
fuck.
everybody votes LA. It's too friendly. It goes full circle and becomes terrifying. It's scarier than the Ghost Ride.
I think it's the face of the New World Order. that whole it's a small world after all.
It's Disney, man.
Yeah, it's Disney, you know. Maybe,
Campbell Newman sits there, stands and talks for 24 minutes, real cherry-picked stats, mostly talking about safety. This is what I've noticed the Conservative constituency loves, the idea of safety. As soon as you talk about safety, they're such bubble people. You can see it. they're so creepy and they're bland and they're sitting back there. As soon as you hear the word safety, you hear their ears prick up like little meerkats in burrows. So the protector. You know, they've got that kind of vibe about them. And they, as soon as they say anything about police crime rates going up, that's what they respond to. So it makes heaps of sense when you listen to both the opening speeches, what the different direction is. Essentially what they do is keep corporate interests at heart. It's obviously what's behind everything when they're saying building roads, investing in infrastructure, then accusing the Labor Party of not pricing and costing their budget figures correctly. ALP is making $1.5 billion extra in spending over the next 3 years, I think, maybe 4 years. They've saved $1.7 billion in savings. You know what the major saving of that was? $650 million that Campbell Newman has set aside to hire private consultants that come in and advise the government on how's the best way to privatise assets that he doesn't know is legal to privatise yet. That's why he's spending hundreds of millions of dollars on consultants to figure out how they can privatise things that legally you can't. Think about that. Think about how pro-corporate that is. And then on top of that, all the assets that he's building, for instance, he's revamping the CBD area of Brisbane. That costs $2.4 billion. That's $1 billion more than what Labor is going to be spending to make a business district revamped. So, and he's talking about it as a good thing, saying that now there's going to be a plaza there, there's going to be a couple of massive towers, and what we'll do is we'll lease it over to you guys, and then we're going to hire it back from you. So he's giving that to them. He's paying for it to be built. And then he's giving those assets over to the private sector at a really reduced rate. And then because the parliament and a bunch of government buildings are there already, they're going to have to rent off private corporations. That's his grand plan for the future. Anyway, the point is he doesn't obviously say anything like that. What he talks about while he's there is these real tiny little, just little handouts. It's the classic Roman emperor throwing bread out to a starving crowd kind of things of, I'm going to give you guys, if I get in, a water voucher. You know why water's going up? Because he's privatising the water system. That's going to go up by $80. He's giving people in southern Queensland that really need the water, because he's also started coal seam gas exploration in 19 rivers across Queensland that it was illegal to do coal seam gas exploration under Labor. He's made that legal. So a lot of fresh water now is pretty toxic. You're not allowed to drink that, really. It's internationally illegal to put coal seam gas exploration right underneath freshwater systems. He's done it anyway. So as a result, he's giving out as freshwater coupons. How dystopic is that? Giving out freshwater coupons, basic needs like that, and they sit there going, $80 savings, yay! That's their level of understanding about the system. It's all these little handouts of, and we're making public transport 10 cents cheaper, and everyone goes, yay! I can catch the train, and after 10 visits, I save $1. That's worse. That's a worse deal than muffin break, isn't it?
Man, I wish Muffin Break was running state government.
Don't you think that, wouldn't you be very happy if Campbell Newman was replaced with, I might even vote for it, a muffin mascot that has two people in it so the mouth can flap up and down, how he's saying, something excites me more than baked goods, and that's a steak that has a bake sale. Yeah. Bake sale being leasing.
That is truly dystopic, the whole water vouchers. Come on.
Yeah. You know the other thing that they cheered at?
They cheered.
Can you imagine, anybody listening here, if you think this is a good idea, please defend this from Campbell Newman. While Anastasia Palaszczuk is talking about making the first of all, keeping the assets, because they're saying that they're going to be spending $30 billion in infrastructure. So they're selling off the infrastructure that they have now so they can build more infrastructure to give corporations double the amount of infrastructure. All of that is going to be sold off to corporations as well at a loss. That is their economic plan. And the other thing is, on top of that, the fact that he says, and it creates 2,000 jobs building a road. Well, what happens when that road is not getting built anymore? Those people don't have a job anymore, do they? That's how short-sighted that. Great job, but it's a never-ending road.
Can't fail.
Yeah.
Fail. Foolproof.
What
What is going on? Anyway, the point is, while you're listening to Anastasia Panasay say that we're going to invest $100 million improving water quality of the Great Barrier Reef, I hate how this is always something that they have to discuss while talking about the Great Barrier Reef. They very quickly guise over that it's the greatest ecological feat nature has ever created. They never really talk about that much. It's always one sentence of, everybody acknowledges that the Great Barrier Reef is beautiful. But it's also a great economic asset to Queensland. Have you noticed that? They say one sentence about how hot the Great Barrier Reef is in a way. And then the next 3 or 4 sentences is, it creates 60,000 jobs, $6 billion a year. These are jobs that we can't lose. I can't believe that is how people think in this day and age about, yeah, but what about my little piddly, I might be able to afford a pie. How crap is your existence? Just be a bum. Just be a bum.
Well, that's why they're cheering the song. This is the kind of electorate that they have at the moment, and they're cheering it on. I'm glad you said
But it's changing, man. It's changing. Are you looking at the results? What's the latest update?
Just as a quick, if I may, in the words of Cursor, shout out to Ralph Waldo for putting up a picture of a Goomba from the 1993 film Super Mario Brothers, who is obviously resembling Cable Hubert. If you look at him, I dare you to say that is not Cable Hubert. He is a reptile. David Icke was right. Anyway.
Yeah, by the way, everybody, comment on the Facebook link if you want to interact with the show. Because, yeah, we're not checking
Thanks,
any.
What's the tally on at the moment? What have we got on our feed?
1 second. ABC 20.
I hope Labour's kicking ass.
Yeah, me too, man. It'll be sick. I love how this is basically just, you know what this is essentially? It's a cable show on Fox 2 about footy called The Fact, where it's 4 guys sitting on a couch going, yeah, Mark Dimmock is really informative here. ALP 37-34 NLP. Guys, we could win this. They've taken one off the Independents. Take that, you free-thinking bastards. Woo! Yes, lesser of 2 evils. They could be winning. Yes. Yes. Celebratory V-cans, anyone?
Yes.
Oh yeah, that sounds good.
Red Bull, baby, Red Bull.
So tell us, Ali, about the what was that book? Alright, I was trying to get you to tell me that book the other day. That's like, it's not like Chomsky didn't write it, but it was similar to that. It's called like War and Peace or something like that.
Dude, that's an old fictional book by
I know, but like it's something close to that name. It's like the book to know if you want to know everything about like how international like relations work.
War and Peace.
I don't think it's called that, but it's like 2 words or like.
There's a lot of books. If you're interested, Chomsky came up with like 60 books.
I know.
It's like 60 books, and a lot of the titles are similar. Yes, baby, we've got weekends. You need to get your own weekend if you want to run along.
Proudly sponsored by Red Bull. Imagine if we just talked about how awesome B is the whole time, but Red Bull was our sponsor. And she's in the Facebook comments going, "Hey guys, super awesome, but it's just I don't know, we had a little bit." Yeah, that'd be all right. Ali, what were you talking about?
Red Bull, just Labour.
Yes,
Bull.
yes.
V,
Red Bull
Greens.
funding.
V for Venus and the Green Planet.
Venus 2.
1 + 1.
Yes. Anyway, sorry, I have to keep getting used to this 5.
I'm pretty excited about the results right now, man. 37
This is incredible.
a really good figure.
Yeah. They were expected to make, by ABC before this, 38 seats to Labour. So they're 1 away from their target.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Really,
Well, they've made it. They've made this. Oh my God, and the LNP is on 33. Queensland, good. I'm so proud of you.
Are you sure?
I take it back.
What? Like this is definitely right. Like that's like.
No, I'm not sure. This What if this is a practical joke?
No, I mean, like, that's how you read the graph, right? Like, it is.
Yeah.
Man, that's awesome. So, like,
So you mean the higher number is better?
that means more seats.
In-depth analysis.
Like, couldn't be a simpler way of reading this.
This is incredible.
It can't be as simple as this.
The corporate puppet is out. Organized crime is in.
Oh yeah.
We do that all.
A new dawn.
What's the name of the bikie gang in Queensland? The Sphinx. Is that it?
No, they've got the
Sphinx.
they've got the Hells
Oh, no.
Angels. So that if
No,
anyone
what's the
knows,
really-
can you write
They're
in
like
and
the
tell
really
us?
pathetic looking one, like not at all intimidating. The
They're not?
No, they're like
I've never
messed
seen a
up.
bikie that
No,
doesn't
the
look like
bikie
an
is.
evil Santa.
Yeah, the bike.
Can we find out? Can you find out if Campbell Newman actually won his seat or not, or is that still?
Up for grabs.
Yeah, I'll have a look.
Yes. Texpert Tom is on the case.
And
Forget, man.
I really hope he loses his seat.
He definitely will. That's even the most rosy outcome is that he's got a 5% swing against him to the point that he will lose his seat. Anyway, Anastasia Palaszczuk is talking about that. She's giving, I love this idea. She's giving out grants to 100 kids from the ghetto, so from D-Bay. Kids that really need a leg up. How classically Labour is that? Helping out the kiddies that, just didn't get a fair shot. Going back to the original values, she's giving out 100 positions paid for by the government into research. So it's the best and brightest that don't come from parents that when you go to their house and they go, yeah, this is my Lego collection, and it's 4 massive trunks of it, and then you say, oh my god, this is amazing, and their response always is, okay, Dad, it's kind of weird. You gonna play Wii now or what? So kids that aren't that, the kids that you go there and then they go, I got this broken leg bottle. Wanna play stab each other? The game?
Not for real, get the game.
Yeah. Real blood, but make believe. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh shit.
Fake money.
Oh no, look. 37 all now.
Oh shit.
They're
Damn.
late in the game.
This is just for ratings.
Yeah, just trying to keep it interesting.
This ends
Oh my god.
down to the wire. And feel free anytime to text your thoughts to FriendlyJordies the Facebook page on what your analysis is.
Yeah, who do you think will win?
Yeah. Yeah. So Campbell Newman's, as opposed to that, think about that. She's giving out 100 university positions to underprivileged kids that are geniuses to work on the Great Barrier Reef, how to improve the Great Barrier Reef, biotechnology, and medical science. Incredible, right? Think about that in contrast to Campbell Newman's reach to the kids, which is, well, we've given out 46,000 sports vouchers so you can play netball or footy. Everyone went nuts. Everyone in the audience was just like, yay! Balls are fun. Yeah, the other one that he did, the other outreach that he had, this is the only time that the hot chick behind him was even remotely interested in the conversation. And to be honest, I don't blame her. Look, the point is that as soon as he said, and also, if you've been a good driver for 3 years, we're going to give you a free driver's license. Valued at, think about how pittance this is, $127. As soon as she said that, the girl's face went from dead zombie to, oh my god, that's incredible. I know who I'm voting for.
Finally, something that concerns me.
Don't you think they are that? The coalition is the modern day equivalent of people that used to give out trinkets and beads to the Navajo Indians, aren't they? That is trinkets and beads shit. Vouchers for sport. I suppose water's not really a bead. That's pretty necessary. Good on them for doing that. But at the same time, it's their fault. Of course they should be giving out that.
And nobody should be giving out water vouchers. You should be giving out water in general. What the fuck is that about? With this coupon, you can get a glass of water. No, bitch, I want that glass of water anyways.
It's not that.
It's an $80 voucher to reduce our ALP 40, LMP 35.
Oh my god!
Good times come up.
The ball descend.
Drop the ball.
I can't believe Palaszczuk is going to win this. She's 2 seats away. I think she's maybe 4 seats away from the majority that she needs to win.
No, no, no.
89 seats.
I think you're exaggerating a bit. I think these are the total number of seats. When you were talking about the 40 figure, that was if they take 40 from the Liberal government. So I think it's still up for grabs. It's not decided.
No. This is 40 seats that they won. Seats won. Read the graph.
But it said primary vote that the LNP had more.
It doesn't matter about the primary vote.
Is it just about how many seats? Is it?
Yeah. And you know why they have a primary vote more of that? Because their idiot, sloth brain constituents. Look, offence meant if you did vote for the LNP and you're listening to this.
No, it's,
Like, yes, offence, you're an idiot. The point here is, I'm sure you've got other good qualities about you. I've got some idiot friends that I like hanging around with that are like, hey, Jordan, I found this mouth. Want to pet it? I'd like to hang out with you if you've got a pet mouse. The point is, have you seen the advertising for Campbell Newman's election campaign? If you want to go onto the Liberal National Party YouTube page, you will see a bunch of ads that have pictures of whiteboard marker drawings of Bob Catter and to represent Bob Catter, it's a cowboy hat. The greens, it's a green triangle. That they've got Labour and
Green triangle.
and Harbour United Party all there, and they're talking in cartoonish voices, more cartoony than me. It's kind of listening to Blinky Bill as opposed to Friendly Jordies. Both great programs, and the point is that when you hear them, the whole ad is them drawing lines to each other saying, okay, I'll vote for you, and if you vote for me, I'll give you my preferences, blah, 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 preference. This is exactly what happens. It goes, preference, stops, cuts to a picture of the word chaos, and then says, just vote one LNP, authorised by LNP Queensland. Think about the idiocy that they're targeting there. You know, you don't want to write more than one number, do you? You don't want to count past 2, do you? No, just write one LNP. It's that easy. Just one. No preferences. You know why they don't get any preferences either? No party from Bob Catter, who, if you look at the party spectrum of where these people are, Labour and Liberal are quite close to each other in terms of pro-corporate right. You have to be as a moderate party to get in power. You have to be in bed with corporations a lot, obviously. Bob Catter is on the authoritarian right. You know who else is there? Robert Mugabe, president of Zimbabwe. The guy that said, no, we don't need any fuel. We'll hold that from the Americans. Fuck you. Thinks that he can beat them. He's been there for 25 years while they've cut fuel off him for that long because he just wants to rule with an iron fist. Bob Catter's next to that guy. Think about the disparity. Yeah.
Wasn't this the guy who pretty much just revoked his own currency and took the dollar, the US dollar?
Yeah.
He said that this is the way to go.
Hyperinflation went nuts.
Hyperinflation. People couldn't buy bread. Now I have to buy bread in dollars.
Also with that, Bob Catter was Prime Minister, and he said that we're spending all of our surplus on lassos.
just quickly, there's a 13% swing in Ashgrove, but Campbell Newman is still slightly ahead, but the dude on ABC 24 reckons that he's going to lose. So you have it.
So the dude on ABC, I'm going to go for this.
ALP, I'm calling it now. ALP has won the election.
I don't know, man. Oh, there's 8 to go, so they need to. Oh, yeah, that's pretty.
Yeah,
ALP's won.
ALP.
All right, well, let's wait. Woo! We did it, boys.
Pat yourselves on the back because of that in-depth analysis that they won.
Yeah, tonight's analysis did this. I still don't believe it.
Yeah,
I refuse to believe this.
Yeah, okay. A cautious total celebration has been announced. Labour has won the election, ladies and gentlemen. This is incredible. No one was expecting this. Not the Courier Mail, not Alan Jones.
Let's just
I bet Anastasia Palaszczuk wasn't expecting this. I bet she doesn't have a victory speech like that. She's going to go up there Yeah, and she'll be at that kind of, when you call out something at school during assembly, and it's some girl saying some snide remark about, do we get our kids back on Tuesday or Thursday? And then they'll say, don't talk out of time, Stephanie. And you'll say something along the lines of, suck, she got in trouble. And yeah, thinks you're a champion. And then you stand up, and even though you knew that was a champion thing to do, because the limelight has just been focused entirely on you, in that you feel like a deer in headlights, and they go, Jordan, go to the principal's office, mate. And then everybody goes, yeah, Jordan. I bet you that's how Anastasia Palaszczuk feels. It's a total reversal of her being that kid, because she definitely was at high school going, when's the test? Is it Thursday or Friday? Definitely that.
Hey, by the way, thank you, Luke K, for helping us out. He apparently works for Google, and he's like helping us with the streaming speed. So hopefully everything's working now. Because
What?
Thanks to Luke K.
What a champion.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought his name was Luke A, as in Luke, and then the word hey.
Yeah,
And then,
hey, man.
no, his name's Luke E, isn't it?
Okay, alright, yeah, sorry, man.
Whatever, you're a magnificent bastard. If you're a fish, I'll kiss you and throw you back. Rex Hunt style. Ali, do you know who Rex Hunt is?
Dude, isn't that the guy who's on Channel 1, the ABC News fishing with his kid all the time?
How do you know that?
I get bored in the morning, man.
Oh my god, his knowledge of Australia is so much better than mine. It's so unfair. I bet if I looked at Ali's ass, there'd be an Australian flag on it naturally. You didn't even have to tattoo it.
Stone cutters.
Ali is the chosen one. Yeah, it's. I'm just so happy at this. All right, we're going into 40-year-old women for the moment. This is truly. I'm crying here.
It was all you, Jordan. It was all you. You understand?
No, Anastasia. It was all of us.
Victory fan. Talk about Clive Palmer and Alan Jones. Have they helped the victory?
Yes, definitely. I bet that's the whole reason why the electorate has turned on Campbell Newman, was because Alan Jones told them to wake up to themselves. They're selling your farmland. That's all Alan Jones cares about. I love that as soon old people don't care about the environment at all. They care about the one step up from the environment, which is the farmland. That's natural enough, isn't it? As soon as you fuck with the farms, that's when you fuck with the elderly folk.
Why was he pissed off?
Alan Jones was pissed because Alan Jones is really passionate for some bizarre reason about coal seam gas. He doesn't care at all about coal. He's got nothing against coal whatsoever, which is the dirtiest emitter there is. It's probably better that you go to coal seam gas, maybe in the end, just by the thinnest of margins. Right? But this is a crap. But still, yeah, this is the difference.
Why is Campbell Newman suing him?
Campbell Newman, basically, in the words of Alan Jones, I'll tell you why, because it's a bully. Do you want a bully leading you, ladies and gentlemen? I thought not. I've been Alan Jones, and this has been the Queensland special. It's basically because he has tried to silence dissent, which is something that conservative governments do as soon as they get into power. They cut back on any independent government body that can criticise them in the slightest. Tom was reading a book called Silence and Dissent about the Howard years. I love the story of Tom's. It's not his at all. It's he read it. But Tom relayed the message to me. He was the Greek soldier that he is told to run to the Roman camp before the war.
Jordan, you gotta hear this, man.
Yeah. And that was the dramatic reenactment. So if you could just imagine Tom's voice in a dark blue frame like you would have seen in Australia's Most Wanted. That's basically what happened. He used to get his Liberal Party cronies to ring up anybody who was about to publish something bad that was against their policy. So
This is John Howard, by the way.
Sorry, yeah, John Howard. John Howard used to get his cronies to ring up I think a good example of this was the Climate Commission.
Oh, it was universities, this one.
Oh, it was a university.
Just
You
like-
tell the story. Why am I telling it?
Yeah, it's just like the book is basically just like going through like the Howard years and how they kind of worked out a way to silence dissent of just like every kind of like sector. So, for instance, in education, there was like a education bill being put forward, and some academics were writing about why they thought policy was crap, and then like heads at the university were getting phone calls saying it would be wise if you like stop the funding.
That'd be it. Then
And then
you
they'd
think,
hang
who
up.
is this?
Isn't that called pulling a Trump off now? After,
What's the
after
phrase?
Donald Trump sued Bill Maher for calling him a half orangutan, and he proved that he is not. He's the son of two humans. He had to prove that in court.
Really?
Yeah.
No. He didn't have to prove it in court. He wanted to take it to court to
Oh, yeah,
prove
yeah, yeah.
that he was the son of two human beings.
Yeah.
What an idiot.
What is-
Doesn't he know that apes and human beings can't mate? That he had to get to that.
They can't?
We're going to take that all the way to the Supreme Court.
I've been
that,
doing
I'm
it.
not an orangutan. I'm a human being.
I've been doing that for years. What are you talking about, man? They can mate. And it's fun.
There's something not that evil about that thought.
Isn't that what caused AIDS, dude? Isn't that how AIDS was created?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Eight
very
is created in a
simple.
lab in Fort Worth.
What about Clive Palmer paying? So Campbell Newman was suing Alan Jones for what he said about him.
Yeah.
And then Clive Palmer entered in and said that he paid for all of his legal costs to like cover that.
Yeah, this is because Clive Palmer and Alan Jones represent what the old Conservatives are. They have this yesteryear thought, kind of like when you think back to grade one and you it's so rosy in your memory of, oh, it was so cool, show and tell, skipping. Remember skipping as a pastime? What an odd thing to do at 1 p.m. every day, to go out to hear the bell go, yes! 1, 2, 3!
Crisscross.
Yeah. So they have that kind of rosy yesteryear image of what it was like under Menzies in a Conservative government, because as far as they knew, nothing bad was happening, but that's a whole different story. The point is, both of them have this idea of what a Conservative government is, which is this real paternal, looking after you, keep that thought, keeping you safe. But because these guys are political animals, obviously, they do a lot of research to what their actual policies are and how they impact society. So they've noted that they're not that anymore. They're basically a second-hand car salesman that sits there and says, this will get you to Perth if you want to drive it. And then when you get in there, it breaks down just outside, and he yells out of his window, "No refunds." That's the Liberal Party in my mind these days. Just shit peddlers, polishing shit, making it gold, pretending that it's gold. That's why Clive Palmer was willing to fund Alan Jones, because they see eye to eye politically. They're basically on the same scale. I like that yesteryear thought that they had. It's this, for anyone who doesn't know, it's this Pakistani singer who we're quite sure has never had anything negative said to him ever. He's obviously the son of a sultan or something. The point is that his best friend would have been a monkey that every time he said, "You want bananas today, Bubbles?" it'd cartoonishly shake its head going, That'd be his best friend, definitely.
You need to plug in his video, dude.
Yeah, can we link eye to eye? Type in
It's
eye to eye.
literally
If
the
you don't want
best.
to watch this anymore, we can watch.
What do you mean? What? We can't like stream it onto the thing.
No, we're not streaming it, Tom. No, stay there. Just open up another tab. Eye to eye. This Pakistani song, and he's basically the Tommy Wiseau of Pakistan. No. Just send me a link and put it into Facebook.
Okay.
He's a Tommy Wiseau of Pakistan. Everyone in Pakistan thought this guy was cool in that hipster way of, this guy sucks. Awesome. Go back to ABC 24 coverage. I want to see this.
All right. It's pretty good. They're all saying now that the ALP pretty much got it like that.
Thank you very much. Called it way before the experts.
Oh,
you picked the
just
right
made
choice,
history.
guys.
They did actually make history, didn't they? Because this has never happened
Yeah,
in
this
Australia
week
before.
has never happened. This is what I thought was, if anybody knows this as well, sorry I'm asking you to put in heaps of comments in the comments box. I know that. I'm not actually sorry, it's just polite to say that. The point is that
It's communal.
we would like to anyone who knows why a 12% swing is impossible. It's never happened before. You can't do it. 12% is such a massive number. 12% to me is 2% more than 10%.
Wow,
That's right, yes.
that's amazing. Oh,
Wait, explain that.
Proudly sponsored by Red Bull. Expand your mind, fool.
no pound in flavor, yo.
See your period animal. We've got. Yeah, I don't understand why a 12% swing is impossible. You can't do it. I was saying this to Labor New South Wales bigwigs. I'm not going to say their names. They're not that big. They're 28. As big as you can be at 28. Which is a Labor machine. It's pretty damn low. They've just made the move from student unions to being members of the Labor Party. Where I'm the social media strategist. And, oh my God, we've got 400 likes on Facebook now. So I was talking to that senior digital analyst. She was saying that it is impossible for Campbell Newman to lose this election when all the polls were suggesting that he is in free fall when it comes to his popularity. I couldn't see how it was impossible. Oh no, with that maybe okay.
All right, let's not get into this too quick. Labor's lot like now it's 37-41 is the score, and there's 8 to go.
Greens nil, Palmer United nil, other 3. This is awesome. This is a sport match with 5 teams.
We just
The
need
select 5 ultimate brawl.
We just need a 6er from ALP now, and we'd be good.
Yes. The stadium is called the Pentagon. Chinese checkers with 7 balls. You still have to move the Chinese checkers pieces, but there's balls flying everywhere. They're down one, or did they go up?
No, yeah, they
LNP is at 36. now
Oh,
they're
right,
at
yeah,
37.
it's changed. Now they've gone up to 9 unknown.
Undecided.
Oh.
And as always, you can see that even though I made a video for 7 minutes talking about how ABC is not biased, it is. That guy is clearly ecstatic at the result.
It looks like he's been doing it for like 20 years. Is he like really well known?
What is his name? Alan Green or something like that.
Oh, is that Alan?
Ali, you were supposed to be at the beginning of this night that guy that sits there and says, now look, the swing of March 3 is truly astounding. We've got a 3% swing here, unheard of. You were supposed to be that guy, but then you just read 2 articles from ABC that were probably written by the guy who's on ABC 24.
Yeah, dude, I read his article actually. The guy was on ABC right now, and he was saying, well, I don't think the Labour Party can win this one. It's not possible.
To be fair though, Ali was given the task like an hour before this started, so.
Half an hour.
So yeah, good work, Ali.
You wanted to work in a media environment, didn't you? Let's go.
I can put that on
So
my
they're
resume.
projecting 43 seats as opposed to Liberal Nationals' 37 seats with 3 independents. One that leans more to the right and the other one that leans more to...
That's so surprising that there is such a swing there. Like, how has the everyday Joe like realized that like Campbell Newman's not the guy to go for? Like, why is it like? How has everyone directly been like affected by this?
24,000 job cuts in the public sector is very noticeable.
Yeah.
You can't pretend that services are better than ever, as he keeps quoting. Most efficient hospital time rate in the country. Again, cherry pick stat. It's not. It's the most efficient in terms of budgetary figures, yeah, but in terms of wait times, not at all. What are you talking about? This is the time. Doctors have protested this. Doctors are not political animals. When was the last time you saw a doctor's strike of really respected, fairly well-paid members of society that have no interest in politics at all? They're more interested in, is that a bladder or a liver? I could remember my training pretty quick. Of course you'd be more interested in that. That's pretty impressive. Those guys, even in that situation, realised that these new laws have screwed over their pay rates and made them, in some parts of Queensland now, senior citizens have a nurse ratio of 1 nurse per 100 old people. Think about how many people are sitting there going, I shed myself. For days. I could be there for days going, just thousands of Australians, Hans Molman across the state going, you forgot to turn on the light.
And the nurse just saying, "Oh, we wait for the other one to come by and we'll clean it together."
Oh look, Newman loses Ashgrove.
Yeah.
Guys, you know that old Jewish traditional gypsy song? Na 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 na. Way, goodbye. And so on and so forth. Pretty sounding words of song. Okay, so now we're on to 10 seats that are still under scrutiny. And LNP is on 35 with ALP on a nice, comfortable 41. And you can see that Wayne Swan is ecstatic with his trademark, very solemn grey face. He's having the time of his life.
Wayne is over the moon.
Wayne only gets this crazy now and at the Christmas party when he puts a lamp on his head.
2 big days of the year. The Queensland election.
Did it to the mud waiting for him at home.
Wouldn't it be great if Wayne Swan's not wearing any pants at the moment, but he's wearing shoes and socks?
Yes.
Boots and socks.
Good, Wayne. You learned it, man.
Do the victory dance.
Rock out with your cock out. Who is this guy? Who's the fat angry guy next to him? He's obviously from the Liberal Party because he's got a blue tie. That's how you can tell. I wonder how many people are watching ABC 24 right now.
24.
I guess. You got a big circle? Yeah, let's go around the circle. Let's see. What do you think?
200,000.
So you think that it has a third of the Bachelor's audience on ABC 24?
What do you think it is?
I think it's 24 at the moment, and if it goes up to 25, that number on the 24 underneath the ABC goes with shit.
Yeah. Not ABC 24 hours. It's the viewer.
24 viewers, bitch.
Does anyone else?
No, but that's a good guess start.
It can't be more.
Yeah, sorry.
No, man, it's more like 20,000, man. Not even.
Are you? No
It's like
way.
2,000.
Oh, it's starting to close in a bit.
There's only 3 seats different.
This is dark times, guys. 3 is not enough. You know how you always see, my God,
Ratings.
this is what people who play board games a lot, this is their version, because we do. Let's be honest about this, guys. I'd much rather play Monopoly than see Eagles versus Rabbitohs.
Why haven't we played Twister in a while?
Yeah. Too much movement. Yeah, but you know how you have a friend. Tom, you've got one of these.
Mm.
Your friend is a massive supporter of the Manly Sea Eagles, and every time they lose, didn't he not leave his room when they lost the grand final for a week?
No, he was like visibly sad for like a couple of days, which is like unbelievable. No one cares. Like maybe the next day, and he was like upset for a good like too long. What,
Yeah.
what about it?
Nothing. Just paint that guy out for no reason. Shout out to this man. What's his name?
Yeah, that guy sucks. Yeah, the point is that do you feel how he felt while it was neck and neck, Sydney Roosters v Eagles, I think in 2013. All the years are a blur when you get to my age.
What
Did you
about
feel
the
that?
election?
Huh?
About the election? Or just in general?
Do you feel that about the election now? You've got that same kind of buzz. Maybe it's because we've drunk 3 energy drinks.
Which might kill us, by the way.
Huh?
Which might kill us. We've been drinking way too many energy drinks.
I feel my heart.
Guys,
Against my chest.
can we just say that this is not at all an endorsement for energy? Don't start, it's a filthy habit, but a thing is awesome.
Eat one this election.
So if you
Red
were
Bull,
going to drink
Red
one,
Bull.
go nuts.
Old the beast.
Okay, so we're back to
Oh,
11.
God.
You know what we've done? Remember how we always watched YouTube clips that have 10 million views, and it's some guy playing Counter-Strike going, oh no, I'm dead! Start at the beginning, oh man. And then you look at the comments box and there's people going, oh, loved it when you said, oh man. Man, we're doing that to a state election. Which one do you reckon is lamer? It's still Counter-Strike, isn't it? Because it's a game and you're not playing it. This has some kind of importance.
Well, considering only like 20% of this has been about the election, it's probably like not that lame.
We do have lives.
We've made this official Election HQ call. Election HQ, the online Google Hangout, is not lame. They are responsible for setting up the day.
We will be going for this full 6 hours.
The party's just getting started, baby.
Regardless.
Yes. Who said Newman is wrecked, though?
Jonathan Tippett.
Tippett makes the call that ABC 24 was too scared to tread on.
Newman is
Wrecked, though, spelled THO. Because he ain't got time for that. He need to tell everybody the news. Go, Jonathan. I'm liking his comment, because that is awesome. Newman is wrecked.
R.I.P. Newman.
It's getting pretty close. It's back into the undecided territory. Oh no, it's still three gap between LMP and ALP.
Is that like
36,
close?
ALP 39?
Is 3 close? Or is 3 like not?
3's a comfortable win.
Right.
Not comfortable.
Not
Not at all. Oh, Zacatanes. Well,
I think that,
yeah, this means a lot to the people of Queensland, who I imagine, seeing as I don't know that many, that a lot are, you know that certain brand of pineapple that you buy, and there's a man on it that has a human body and a pineapple head, sort of a reverse griffin, but a vegetable instead of a lion. You know that guy I'm talking about? Cartoon
man,
pineapple head. This is not too hard to visualize. Just replace Guy's head with a pineapple if you need to. Think about that. Yeah, I'd imagine that the 20% of Queensland is that, and this is very good news for people who are vegetables, because the farming strategy that the Labor Party has implemented is really admirable. It's really good. You know what they're doing for the Great Barrier Reef? They want to reduce runoff by 50% in 10 years' time. The Liberal Party doesn't even have a policy for that. That's one of the major kill-offs of the Great Barrier Reef. It's that, crown of thorns, starfish, and climate change, which state government can't do anything about that at all. Yes, actually they can. They can stop selling coal to the point that they are, how crazy is this? Australia is the Saudi Arabia of carbon emissions when it comes to coal. We're the second worst country on the planet when you count in all of our exports to China and India. Interesting though, China and India aren't going to buy coal from us anymore in anywhere near the quantities that they're giving because they've got a government that realises that climate change is a bad thing, which says heaps about Campbell Newman because he also knows that it's bad. I've seen a YouTube clip of him as Lord Mayor saying that we should really stop peddling coal in the massive quantities that we have at the moment. This is going to have a profound impact on our kids, and our kids are on top of that. Then when he's elected, he has pretty much exactly the same speech, but replace, we should get rid of coal too. We should double our coal export in 10 years.
We don't need to change the rest.
Jesus, what a... In the words of Alan Jones, and again, I'm not saying this, I don't want to get sued. In the words of Alan Jones, though, ladies and gentlemen, we have elected prostitutes. Now we're only talking about the price, except for he's not elected anymore. Celebrate good times, come on. Good song, also good choice of song for the chocolate surprise combo pack celebrations. Just a quick tip. They've already done it. What have we got on the tally at the moment?
41-35, ALP is in the lead.
So we've got a 6-seat majority at the moment.
At the moment.
Just keeps jumping around there.
Why does it keep changing?
Yeah, well, why do they do that? How can they put it on there if it's like not confirmed?
Already.
They never do.
I don't understand it. Like, why?
I think those are just assumptions where they feel the flow is going to say, oh, they've won this seat, but it's not meant to be confirmed.
Yeah.
After a certain time, then they can announce the confirmed seats. But it's a good idea, like, it's mostly right.
Who's yellow?
Yellow is the Palm United Party.
Yeah.
They won anything? There's still 0.
So does that mean all of Clive Palmer's seats? Did he have any state seats?
Yeah, he had like 7, didn't he?
No, he had 1 state seat, but that was a defect from the LNP party. Think about this. 5 people defected from LNP because it didn't resonate with their political compass anymore. This is how extreme Campbell Newman was. Of course, a 12% margin isn't crazy when you think about that. That people in his own party thought that he was too extreme.
Actually,
That's nuts.
Actually, I don't take back what I said about Queensland earlier because it should be even more than this in favour of Labour.
Yeah,
Considering.
yeah. It's old people, man. Can they please just be recycled for soil and green so that we can harvest their nutrients and
There we
make
go.
ourselves stronger?
There we go.
Okay,
There it is.
Protein. So we don't have to pay outrageous prices for muscle gain powders at fitness shops. It's old people. I saw somebody in Ashgrove say, I'll be voting for Campbell Newman. Why? Because every time Labor's in power, they bankrupt the country. She genuinely believes that we are Greece, that we're bankrupt. It's not this slight deficit, which is pretty much the same as probably what she's got when she bought a Telstra phone on her credit card saying, no, wait, it was savings. I wanted to put it on savings. It's about that level of urgency that we have. Even in Queensland with its supposed $80 billion debt, it's nothing, people. A deficit doesn't mean shit until you're at the point of Greece where you don't have money to keep the government open apart from Parliament. That is a financial crisis. What you're in at the moment is a result of corporations not paying their fair share, which is pretty much everybody on the country, in the world. We have the 3rd lowest public debt on the planet. There is no emergency.
That's why we're not Greece. See?
But how hard do you think it would be to convince that woman who, every time they talk about politics, have you seen how steadfast and cement an old person's face is? They've always got this really angry, suspicious, medieval carrot farmer face. Hey, you talking bad about the Lord? I best scurry out of here. I don't want my thumb screwed. And then they were interviewing, this is on the Guardian, they were interviewing a bunch of young people, which it's obvious, it's a pandemic and it's really troubling. I reckon this, but yeah, basically they were interviewing a bunch of people that were saying, I don't know, just, have you thought about it? No. Who are you going to vote for? I heard it's got the best environmental policies. I think whoever my parents are voting for actually, LNP. I heard a girl say that. This is in Ashgrove. Ashgrove is one of the highest academic rates of citizens. Does that make sense? You guys following this? Or
Yeah,
what?
yeah,
man.
We following it. We hope the audience
You mean they're
is also
smart?
following it.
Yeah. Very educated population in Ashgrove, which is why, even with Campbell Newman's pork barreling is a phrase which means giving your electorate unwarranted money, saying, "Oh, I'm going to give you guys $18 million worth of project, new library, a park. I'm going to release a bunch of squirrels just because they're cute. Doesn't matter if they, turn into cane toads. It's fine." Yeah,
They always do.
That's essentially what you
Something
did,
about
man.
it. Yeah, he did pork barrel. So, and also the fact that they're sitting there saying that the Labor Party didn't do responsible fiscal management. They have promised $8 billion in pork barreling projects. So all the marginal seats that they were scared they were going to lose, they started dishing out billions of dollars to these places in money that wasn't really costed. It was costed through selling assets. It's so good. I imagine if you listen to 2GB, don't you reckon that most of the commentators would be saying that half the time? If you listen to it from start to end, a lot of in-between ad breaks of talking would be the guy going, "It's just, I can't even," for 10 minutes, and then it goes, "Ray Hadley will be back in a second." When it's calmed down.
Look at the difference.
44-35.
9.
ALP is on 44. And Tom went back to look at the YouTube comments. I don't know what the LMP's on. Please click back on it. 35! In your face, LMP.
Priorities. I don't even know if it's on YouTube anymore.
Is it playing? Are we still live?
Yeah.
Good. And Australia just took the lead against South Korea in the Asian Cup final. So look it up.
Everything's looking up.
How many pies does Jonathan have his fingers in? 2, it seems.
Just wants a bit of everything.
Matthew Hayward. Let's see what the other comments are. Okay, so we're reading out your comments. Basically, because we've run out of stats, we've got to turn the page. But in the meantime, looks like ALP won Gladstone. Yeah, Gladdy. Only know about Gladstone because of FriendlyJordies. Audrey? Shout out to you! Yeah, neither did I. If it wasn't for me, I wouldn't know about Gladstone either. I do a good service. For anyone who doesn't know Gladstone,
Screw Gladstone.
no, I'm not going to say anything mean about them. They work for Labour. That was good. Yeah. I'm not going to take down the video either. But Gladstone's all right for today. Hunter's win, go, get out of there.
I really like that one.
Tom on the ball. This is a very exciting day indeed. This means, let's talk about the good of what the difference between a Labor and Liberal government, because how often do you hear this, especially on the net? And I've been guilty of this in the past until I spent a year thinking about politics non-stop. Sorry. The difference between Labor and Liberal is like night and day. First of all, we're obviously going to talk about the environment a lot because that is, especially when you have the Great Barrier Reef to look after. Come on, as if that's not more important than a bunch of bogans being able to afford to go to monster truck rallies. Who cares if you... how much more interesting is 10,000 species of flora and fauna than Truckosaurus lifting up a car? It takes him 6 minutes to do it, blowing fire out of his nostrils, then chewing on it once, and then malfunctioning. Whatever, if they want to spend it on that, that's fine. But the differences in policy. ALP wants to spend on the Great Barrier Reef $100 million in research, in water quality upkeep, which the LNP is not going to spend a single cent on. In fact, it's going to be spending 4.2 billion. It was going to be spending, not going to be in power anymore, clearly from the numbers, but they were going to spend $25 billion of your money up to, because that's how much money it's going to cost to make the Galilee Basin somehow profitable to the private sector. So they're willing to spend $25 billion of your tax money, which they're going to get by privatizing all of your electricity and water, which means that you have to pay more for that, because the only reason why anyone would ever buy utilities is so they can make money off it. Why would the private sector be interested in what you want? Private sector doesn't give squat what you want. Private sector's in for the private sector. And you're talking about organised crime running the ALP government. For shame, Mr. Newman. But he wants to spend $25 billion of your money, wanted to, it's not going to have the chance to do that now, to develop the Abbott Port coal port. Abbott Point is not economically feasible. Every economist, most investment firms on the planet, bar this one incredibly dodgy mining industry in India called corporation in India called Adani. They're the only people that want this to happen. Campbell Newman and the guy that I likened to a piece of Kentucky Fried Chicken in appearance, which you look at him and tell him he's not. Guanam Adani. If that's it, yeah. Don't just take my word for this. Look it up yourself. They wanted to, as 25, yeah, so if you compare that, they wanted to spend $25 billion making the biggest coal port on the planet, which means there would have been 80,000 coal ships floating through the Great Barrier Reef every year to just Abbott Point by itself. We're not even talking about the 5 other megaports that he also approved. We're talking about one of these megaports. Megaport means you can see it from space. That's pretty mega, isn't it? That if there is people on Venus, and if I really hope that they've got wings that don't work, and they look up at the moon thinking that in 1,000 years that someday I'll fly away. But those aliens that were one day much faster to developing wings than we are would be able to see those coal ports in Queensland being developed. Coal, that level of coal being exported to these countries, which they're not even interested in buying. So this is the most ludicrous part of it all. They're selling assets for no gain to Queensland whatsoever. There is no jobs. They've been saying that it's going to create 22,000 jobs. And best case scenario, it's going to create 9,000 temporary jobs. For anyone who cares about jobs that much, which seems to be people that are employed that have a kid that they want to be employed and he's 26, but he's going, I'm going to be the next Hendrix mum. Those are the only people that are really concerned about it. Anyone who's listening, honestly, do you really give a shit about jobs?
No.
I need to write down for a minute.
So I'd been getting to you, mate, is it? Nah, you have a lie there. What's this tally? What are we on? So that's the difference. That's the difference on what the LNP wants to do to the Great Barrier Reef as opposed to Labor, which now has its way. And they're not even going to be dredging. The LNP got such a backlash from its program that they thought the general population would think is fine to dump 5 million cubic meters of sludge onto the reef, the parts that they haven't dug up to dredge, which if you're digging up 5 million cubic meters of sludge is going to be, I don't know, heaps.
Don't worry about it.
Look, the point is it's really good that Labor's in power.
It ain't over yet, man.
Well, they're still saying it's down to the wire. It's clearly not.
Yeah.
They have a 7-seat lead at the moment, and there's 7 seats to go. They must be going for the speech. We're going to be shutting down as soon as Campbell Newman comes out to speak, because I really want to hear his concession speech.
Yeah, okay.
Think about that. Losing the unlosable election and being the first premier to be kicked out since 1922, I think it was.
Really?
Yeah.
Whoa. It's crazy.
How long ago is that? It's almost 100 years. He's the worst prime minister in 100 years. Premier. Could you imagine if he was prime minister? Oh my god, shocking. No, we already have that. It's called Tony Abbott. Yeah. It's probably late enough to call that because I think that we're only 7 years away from that transition of being the worst premier in 100 years. So I think we can call that now that he is the worst premier of the century. To lose a 12% margin, even though I'm not sure why that's such a massive issue, it is a big deal. He lost that election. So, man, he's got... It's going to be... Do you think he's going to cry?
I hope so.
You know what would be awesome?
What?
Imagine if it was the law that a clown has to come out and go, dance. Yeah, pull his pants down, throw him a pie in the face, and then he has to make his speech after that going, we fought a long campaign.
I hope Palmer does that. I hope Palmer's the clown. Like they have to get Palmer as the clown.
Yeah. Some kid with an ice cream in the front row screaming, it's Palmer! And then he says, I'm not Palmer, kiddies, I'm both of the clown. Yeah. Whispering just to him, quiet kid if you know what's good for you. Okay, time for the clown. The legally appointed pie in the face. Campbell Newman saying, I knew I should have changed that law.
He's got to have a mustache as well. Palmer's got to have a mustache.
Yeah, rainbow birthday. Not all the colours of the rainbow. It's more just a bi-coloured mustache. So it's it's less a paddle pop mustache and more reminds you of that ratty kid in high school that dyed his hair 2 different colours one day and thought that he'd come to school and everyone would think he's cool. Everyone laughed at him and he cried in the toilets. That's the mustache he has to wear. Did anyone do that at your guys' high school? Come to school with some hairdo or some fashion apparel going, what do you think, guys? Everyone laughs at him and he goes, stop it, this is my worst nightmare come true.
Trying to wash it off in the toilet. With the toilet water face down in the fucking toilet.
Yeah. But he bought the permanent one because he wanted it to look really good, so it doesn't do anything. It just comes in with wet hair, and then some smart aleck in the class goes, "Have you been trying to wash it out?" Ah! 2 reasons to hate him. You guys have one of them?
We weren't all at Newtown Performing Arts. Surprised.
Yeah. The school captain was a mime artist clown. When he sang the national anthem, it was just Pavarotti's song where he goes, yeah, true story. So you guys didn't have anybody in high school that did that? Anyone who's listening, write in, come on.
I did in year 5. I got like blonde tips dyed. And then, like, I pretty much got, like, so bullied. I had to, like, I don't think I just let them grow up, but yeah, that was a really bad idea. I was on the beach, though, and, like, everyone, just, like, that's, like, some weird fashion thing that people on the beach do. Like,
Is it fashion? I thought it was they
sunbleach.
stay in the sun so long that their hair turns kind of like global warming exposed
How does
coral
everyone believe
blonde.
that? Like, it's slightly brightens, but it's all, like, white gold. Like, everyone, they dye their hair. It's so weird. Like, you would think beachy people would not be that concerned about it. But they're, like, really worried about their hair color.
And obviously, because this is an audio format, you don't know this, but Tom, as soon as he started speaking about this, turned into a shadow, essentially. Tom is a fake name that he gave himself for protection. Because he grew up in one of those places where bashings weren't prominent, but like a lot of surfers, they were really harsh to anybody who wasn't exactly there. Is that the kind of vibe that you had when you were a kid?
Well, I was only there for primary school, so I hadn't, like, really gotten to the swing of, like, being, like, one way or the other. But I I can imagine that. Like, Aaron Joey High, man, that was like very rough, I think. From what I've heard. It might not be.
It's really good thinking of them. Have you ever watched the movie The Warriors? And there's a bunch of gangs that you wouldn't normally expect to be very intimidating, such as people dressed in baseball outfits. Yeah, and they're the hitters and got baseball bats, and then all of a sudden it becomes very menacing.
Yeah, that was like Halloween every year. The streets would become a war zone of eggs and that kind of thing. Just beachy people love Halloween. That's the strangest tradition.
Don't you think there's one kid dumb enough every year that on the news on the 1st of November it is the story that Johnny Hopkins mistook the ocean for a house and drowned last night.
We loved it that much.
What are we on in terms of the tally? Let's see.
41-36. It's just like holding around 9 seats left.
Very good.
And Rohan Parry.
I'm really enjoying this outcome. Good.
This is a good comment. Just ate a whole bucket of Adani tonight. Thanks for listening. Shout out to Rohan and Parry. Cursor.
Yeah, I've got to say it. I love Cursor. Ali's brother is the right age and demographic to like Cursor.
Oh, what is he? 15?
Yeah, 15, 16. He introduced
15.
us to
Yeah, how
Cursor.
perfect is that? Gutter rap for 15-year-olds from the street.
But yeah, he keeps a tight flow. He's speaking what he knows. What's not to like?
He speaks the truth.
He's got very creative titles for every song that he posts out. I think he's up to Dead Set 4 now. So there's 4 songs called Dead Set. Pumping them out too fast to think of a title, bruh.
My songs are like blockbusters, bruh. 1, 2,
Can you-
3, 4.
Callum Davies.
If you've just joined us, Callum Davies has put up a meme that has Campbell Newman crying, saying in meme writing, "Why you do this, Jordan? Why?" I'll tell you why.
Listen good.
You listen here, mate. Very good news. Amazing. I'm not as excited as what I thought I'd be, really. I suppose it's a state election. This is very good news for the world's largest giant. If only he could speak, but don't you think he gets whales to speak for him? That's his sound.
It's the giant barrier reef.
Yeah, sorry. For anyone who doesn't know, the Great Barrier Reef is the largest living organism on the planet. Insane to think about, isn't it? They see it in the same way that we see cells in a body. That's how scientists have categorized the Great Barrier Reef as a large entity. It's a giant jellyfish, but obviously way more complicated than that.
I don't agree.
What's your conspiracy theory on that,
I
Doc?
think this is sea flowers. Flowers in the sea.
Very poetic interpretation of the facts. What do you think is more beautiful? The idea of this sentient giant that's been there for 500,000 years. And when Anastasia Palaszczuk gets in, the first act that she does, kind of like at the end of Bionicle Man the movie, how he's dying in bed, and then the head of the UN comes on and says, "I hereby award you the oldest human being in the world status at 220 years old." Don't you think Anastasia Palaszczuk will do the same thing? So, as Premier of Queensland, I hereby award the gentle giant of the ocean, the oldest living man on the planet, 500,000 years, smashing the record of 122. Combines the two medals together. You don't deserve a silver medal when you've lived 122 years and someone's lived hundreds of thousands of years more than that. I bet you he gets his metal melted down so they make a mega metal to suit his mega neck.
Huge chain metal.
And they just drop it on him and just strike.
Yes. It hits a turtle and the turtle drowns.
Chain
Excuse me, boys,
metal.
we're going to the John. Keep the combo up.
So Ali, what do you reckon? What's happening right now in the outcome?
I think that the LNP is getting their ass whooped, and that there's this. It's still 41-37 though, and there's about eight undecided. I don't know, man. I think LP's in a good position right now. They should be all right. Not all of those 8 can go to LNP. The Liberal National Party cannot get all 8, and even if they do, thinking of where Labour Party was, they're doing very, very well right now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It is crazy. I can't believe nobody predicted this. I don't know, man. I haven't been in this country for very long, but I'm assuming that some people should have predicted this.
When did you get back from Pakistan, by the way?
About a month ago.
Oh, really? Have you been here for that?
Yeah.
Awesome.
But, yes, man. I miss this place. I miss clean water. I miss friendly people.
So were you in Elysium the whole time?
I tried to get out as much as I could.
Yeah.
Just for my own.
What did you think about? There was like that big attack, right?
Yeah, dude. The Lynn Cafe one. I was there.
No, you're.
Oh yeah, that
like,
was even worse.
Yeah, because it was like a Lynn Cafe thing happened, and then like at the same
The
time,
next
Pakistan,
day.
it was way worse.
But dude, I was more concerned about the Lynn Cafe because I had to go through immigration when I came back. So I was like, hopefully this doesn't go too bad when they target all Muslim names at the airport now. But
I
yeah,
bet your passport has a Muslim crescent on it, does it?
yes, it does.
Damn.
Spot on. And that doesn't help.
I would rather shelve drugs into this country. My passport. You.
I'm trying to get a different one. The one that's got a kangaroo on it.
It's way more When this moon turns full, that's when we shed blood. Yeah, this is the difference in the two countries. I love how much of a disparity this is. You know how we had the "all right with you" during the after the Lynch siege, with that loser from Australian Idol.
Yeah,
What was that?
Wes Carr did like where were you when the towers hit? All the country western dudes came out after 9/11 doing like renditions, like saying like, I remember where I was when the towers hit the ground. Like there was like a barrage of albums, like all like these like ultra like patriotic things, like trying to amp everyone up, kind of like exploiting the event a bit. And then like the day of like the Sydney siege or the day after, like Wes Carr, the guy who like won Australian Idol, came out like with a really similar song, just like really emotionally like charged. I can't remember the lyrics now. Anyway, yeah, very sad event.
Yeah, that was our version of that. Was it's just a crazy man. It's got nothing to do with religion. Was the song that I had with the hashtag I'll ride with you. In Pakistan, the hashtag after the bombings of the school was hashtag hang the Taliban.
Come on, so much more boss.
You wanted action, didn't you? Yeah. I love that contrast. That contrast, and also the party story that you have, which I've talked about in one of the videos. This is Ali, by the way, the Pakistani in Pakistani is the most gangster country on earth, I think is the title of the video.
Yeah.
He used to live in Elysium. He got people from for those of you just tuning in, yeah. Elysium is a fortified suburb in Pakistan where the rich people live, and it's doesn't smell like feces. That's the big plus of it.
And it's not called Elysium. Just one more thing.
Whatever.
Same shit.
What is it? Yeah, Defence Housing Authority.
Yeah.
He lives there.
DHA.
His friends had a party, and obviously you need security in an area where there's 100 terrorist blow-ups a month. So they got the biggest group of terrorists in Pakistan to scare off the other terrorists and hide them for a party that they were having for an 18th birthday his friend was having. These are real-time gangsters. They have a bunch of Soviet machine guns that probably don't work that well, and every now and then overheat and jam up, and then they go, come on, and accidentally hit it and shoot a couple of their friends. Most of the deaths that they take. They're from this province called Baluchistan. Baluchistan tried to secede from Pakistan, didn't work. The president of Pakistan, as punishment for them trying to secede, pulled a Campbell Newman on them by turning off their water supply for 2 months.
But not offering vouchers. Minus vouchers.
Anyway, so they hired those guys because they obviously needed the cash. There was a bunch of Baluchistani rebel soldiers that were guarding this party. Apart from that, it was a normal teenage party. They were playing music, having fun, pin the tail on the donkey so the parents don't know that they're drinking, that kind of a place. At the end of the party when it was 12, the DJ started packing up. The Baluchistani soldier walked up to the DJ and said, what is going on here? The DJ says, I'm packing up, man. It's good. We've got to stop because the police knows. He points a gun at the DJ. The Baluchistani soldier points a gun at the DJ and says, the party isn't over until I say it's over, motherfucker. Happy 18th birthday.
True story.
Amazing.
And proud represent.
I love how much God loves you, though, Ali. Why didn't he shepherd you out before that happened? Didn't you say, this party sucks, man, let's go get drunk in a park?
No, dude. My
there.
friend who was having the party came up to me and said, shit's about to go down, let's get out of here. So he pretty much abandoned everyone. So I was like, this party was abandoned, and there was like a few people dancing there because they had a gun pointed to us there. We just fucked off, man. Took the booze and got out of there. Don't know what happened, don't care.
Can you imagine the sensation of someone, that has got to be one of the most insane moments in all of human history, don't you think? Somebody pointing a gun at you and saying, dance! Have a good time, party! It's a party! Come on, everybody, dance! What's more insane than that?
That's like Uday Hussein stories, man. Saddam Hussein's kid. That's how fucked it is. But it happened.
Such an interesting life.
How
How much better is that than most stories that you hear in Australia of the most fucked up thing that they had was, well, I was rolled on this train, took $20. Terrorist rebels holding a gun to you, demanding that you have a good time.
But you can't. You can't. It's not possible. The gun's loaded, bitch.
Yeah. Oh, you weren't there. Did you talk to anybody afterwards? Were they able to force themselves? Does having a gun pointed at you force you to have a good time? Or does it do the exact opposite? Do you freeze up and flip out? I suppose it's one of those fight or flight responses, isn't it?
Dude, they were also drunk, so they pretty much weren't getting the idea that they could be killed, so they kept dancing
Oh,
for like 15 more minutes.
So they just heard somebody yell dance and they thought, yes, the party's gone.
Party's good, but then they heard gunshots and got really freaked out.
It's getting like way closer. It's like 39:40, so it's really scary. What are we gonna do about this? But the independents, 2 independents are sitting on the ALP side, meaning that they're probably going to lean towards them. I'm imagining that's what the graph means. And I based this off a picture that I saw on the TV. So we are not listening to this. We are interpreting to you something that you could watch by.
Yeah, what do you think that old lady is doing in the background? If you're watching ABC at the moment, there is some guy sitting there going, "Man, we fought a really hard campaign, and it's just been, it's a party, isn't it? Here, there's more balloons than people at his party." On a ratio, just in shot, of 8 to 1. No, 8 to 2. So for every one person there's 4 balloons. And that woman is not. She's having.
He's lost.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
Yeah, that's his livelihood, man. Yeah, Jonathan Tippett, as always, keeping on the ball in both this and Socceroos versus South Korea, the game. Is this man 2 people at once? Is he the real life 6th day? Does he have an Austrian accent? Right? What are you talking about? I'm not watching this soccer. I'm watching the election. Well, if we can go back instead of scrolling on our Facebook page, maybe we can keep it. How many people? It has not changed at all. Very necessary update. We have 7 seats still in question, with a hung parliament very likely.
Really?
Yeah, that's what they said in the little ticker.
Oh wow.
Newman, you already knew that Newman loses Astro. You were going to lose. You know who the. I suppose we should talk about the clowns of this election, who obviously haven't won a seat, because I'm pretty sure, unless other means Katter Party probably does. So maybe this girl did win a seat. Her name's Connie Caccini. She's running under Katter's party. Pretty much her political qualifications. God, how easy is it to be in the back bench of Parliament, especially when it comes to state? The showcase is in town. Connie Caccini got into politics for the basic reason that she was on a current affair, and she was complaining that a car that she bought, she was ripped off. She claims that she was ripped off. She bought this brand new car of $40,000, which I never really understood the visage of. Do you want a new car? What is the point of getting one? Anyway,
I personally want.
She's dumb enough to do that when she's clearly not rich. She's wearing clothes from This Goes With That Suzanne, from top to bottom, in a delightful floral dress that looks a lot like curtains in nursing homes. She lost $41,000 allegedly because of this car that she bought that was dodgy from a car salesman. That's the reason why she got into politics, because she wanted to change the law that if you got a dodgy car, you can get a refund. She's got a legitimate chance of winning. I don't know if she won or not, but the polls were saying that she was a likely candidate of the Katter Party to get a seat in Queensland. The one policy, one person rule of governing an entire state, the most pressing issue when the Great Barrier Reef is expected to completely die out by 2050 is you should get a refund if your car sucks. That's what she ran on. The delightful characters from the article on news.com was her and the Ray Stevens guy who did a dance in front of a person when he was asking him about corruption allegations. Instead of responding like a normal human being, he basically pulled a Michael Jackson and started singing. It was basically the beginning of the song Beat It, where people walk up to Michael Jackson and say, "You think you're tough?" And then he dances, and then at the end they go, "Wow, he is tough."
So it worked.
I love that that's how he learned to field questions. He's obviously spent heaps of time in a bar where young people go, kind of like that Cronulla challenge. If anybody is from Cronulla, tell us what it is. I can't remember. But there's a certain bar that the only reason why young people go there is to try and make out with the oldest person they can in the club, and then they talk to each other afterwards going, "Who did you make out with? 60-year-old. I made out with a 70-year-old. Oh, fossil shit, mate. Well done." That's their Saturday night. Can't remember the club's name. I bet you he hangs out at those bars a lot because they play music. It's basically that every single night, where it's Michael Jackson every night. Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet you that's where he learned everything he knows. He's the king of that place. Wears one of those paper crowns that you get from Christmas bonbons from Coles. That's his crown. And his talisman that he wears is that little Kinder Surprise prize that comes in it sometimes, which is a wooden giraffe or something. It means a lot to him. He knows sentimental value. That's why you should vote for him.
And he tries to keep the same paper crown as long as he can. He tries to keep it in good condition.
It doesn't just like
Get his new one each time.
This is the real
he learned his
crown.
lesson from the first crown that he tried to wash and it turned into paper mache.
Never again.
Never
again.
And that's probably who won the seat of Mermaid Beach, Ray Stevens. Guys, don't you want to live there?
Mermaid Beach.
Are there really mermaids there?
Birds are called that. It has to be that for a reason.
Do you reckon that they'd be allowed to vote if they
Mermaids on
existed?
the top half or bosom?
Well, that is a really tough question, man.
Well, that'd be shit, man.
It is a genuinely tough question. I don't have an answer. No one knows, do they? No one knows whether we're on the top half or the bottom half.
No, I won't know on the bottom half.
The fish. It's probably much better to have that. Girls, get involved as well. Do you want a merman or a fish man? What if the bottom is not a fish, it is a fish finger? Does that And it has fish fingers as well. And every time he's around people, he has to, when he went into kindergarten, he said, "My name's Ron, please don't eat my fingers, thank you."
Where's my tartar sauce? I just love dipping my fingers in tartar sauce.
It's my nail polish. Yeah, I think that that's pretty much Mermaid Beach's constituency. That's what it's running for. It is the hotly contested fish finger bed. The fish finger bottom half with fish fingers, as well as fish finger eyebrows.
And he wouldn't vote for LNP anyways, considering he is a fish who's going to get fucked over. I live in the water.
Yeah, don't you think that if they were allowed to vote, they would vote him out? So he puts in special legislation every year to make them second-class citizens. It's kind of Australia in the 50s with immigrants. They are the modern-day immigrants saying that we are human beings too. If their signs say, "If we can talk, we should vote," should in italics.
We're not like the barbarous centaurs.
Oh God, wouldn't you be way more? I bet even if this was, there's always that thought that if dinosaurs existed now, they wouldn't be anything special. I still reckon they would be. I would probably, even knowing everything I know about Campbell Newman, if he rides in for his electoral campaign launch on a Tyrannosaurus Rex with two massive machine guns on either side, and at the beginning of his speech, instead of waving, he just turns them on automatic and shooting in the air. With spiking the Tyrannosaurus Rex, so it goes. And then Anastasia Palaszczuk walks up just in her dress going, "I want what's best for Queensland." No way would she.
Do you remember with the T-Rex, like, it's his arms that are like replaced with guns?
That's way better.
That's the best
Good
song I've
thinking,
ever
Doug.
thought. Because, like, what the fuck are those arms on a T-Rex? Yes.
Yeah, why did they develop that? Just that. Is that the fish man that had the little legs that we were talking about?
The limbs.
Yeah, the little limbs. Is it? Oh my God, imagine if that was. You know how the most pathetic animal that exists today is the legless lizard, and it has those little crap arms on the side. They don't do anything. Yeah, it moves around like a snake, trying desperately to pick up things with its hands, going, I can never use the corner floor. It's not convenient for me. I can't eat these cheese. Imagine if the T-Rex is the really ancient version of that, where there was a period of time where the legless lizard was truly king.
The mystery of the serpent or the legless lizard.
I reckon if centaurs, massive diversion. Anyway, back to what really matters, the centaur. We're talking about if the youth knew that centaurs were voting and mermaids, don't you reckon the youth would be more interested in it? I think the elderly would hate it way more. They would hate elections so much more if there were centaurs walking down the street.
Crossing the line of
Rights.
diversity.
Yeah. If we allow horsemen to vote, what next? Horses voting? I won't stand for it.
Gives a new meaning to the donkey vote.
And then the head of Centaur Rights Commission, which is a centaur, comes up and says, I find those remarks incredibly offensive. There is a world of difference between horsemen and donkeys.
He looks like Bob Brown.
We have
The only centaur in existence that's not super muscle. But he does wear shirts. Okay, he does wear shirts, but they're always 10-year-old Billabong t-shirts from the op shop.
vegan centaur.
My friend that's like in love with Manly has commented saying Newman has officially conceded Ashgrove.
Up with the updates. Welcome to the party, baby. We were talking about you before, man. Where were you? Defend your love for Manly.
Yeah, he did.
What did he say?
He's still lost in the sea of comments. We're not giving him any kind of airtime on that comment. There seems to be something personal.
What are we on the tally?
2 up. No, 3 up. With 5 to go.
The suspense is not really killing me anymore. I was pretty excited.
Oh, look at this.
About an hour ago.
How awesome's that?
That was so quick on the mark, Matthew Hayward. 5 minutes ago, we were talking about Campbell Newman riding a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and he makes it. Matthew Hayward has changed 2015 electoral politics. Admittedly, a little too late. There's only 5 seats left, and it looks like Labour will win. But
You did it.
yeah, what a way to leave. It'd be so much better if, instead of becoming a financial consultant, his backup plan is to become a T-Rex breeder.
We can get a movie roll out of it.
It does come out like
Jurassic Park 5.
all wrongs have been written.
Guys, if Campbell Newman does come out on a Tyrannosaurus Rex for his concession speech, and it has to have machine guns on the side,
That's important.
you have to vote Liberal next election.
That's the rule.
That is the rule from now on. Let's make a pact, guys. Press the like button under Matthew Hayward's picture if you agree. And once you do that, that's electronically writing your name in blood.
Do it, boys and girls.
Tony Eaton responding to the Stegosaurus Newman breeder. If only I lived in Queensland. Don't we all wish that now?
Come on, everyone in Dino Pact.
Water is the essence of wetness, and wetness is the essence of beauty. Everyone's going crazy with memes. Right. Rise just made a picture of me putting it in front of Ben Stiller's face.
Really cool.
Covering the most important part of what you need to when putting someone's face over someone's right cheek. So essentially he has made me a conjoined twin mermaid.
No.
What a freak.
The wheezing mermaid.
Yeah. I am Weezer from Pokemon, minus one of the heads. The head is dead. Just give me a tail instead. You know Weezer from Pokemon, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You had Pokemon in Pakistan?
Man, we're still part of the human civilization, if you know what I mean. And Asian cartoons are everywhere.
Were they?
Yeah,
So did you have Dragon Ball Z in Pakistan?
yeah, but it didn't catch on pretty well. It was like, it was there.
What?
Yeah, it was there. I think the kids did. Maybe
How could guys not think Dragon Ball Z is cool?
I think some guys did.
Did you think it was cool?
Everyone loved Dragon Ball Z.
Everyone.
Everyone's cheering on the.
Do we have to shut down? Is this a concession speech?
Oh,
Newman concedes he lost his seat.
what the hell? Why
Did we just miss that?
No, dude.
No.
Yeah, he lost his seat ages ago.
Yeah, but did we miss him making his concession speech?
I don't think so. No, everyone's cheering. They wouldn't be cheering. Maybe they'd be like,
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
Why is it
ALP
dropped so
is
much?
on 39, LNP is on 30 seats.
But they've gone back to 17, I'm sure. It was 3 before.
True.
He's toying with us.
Yeah, it's the ratings, Ben. You're right, Doug.
Look at how much everybody sees through the bullshit of the Liberal Party now. This is incredible. This is the turning tide. God bless Tony Abbott. He is our George Bush. He's made conservatism so grotesque that it's unelectable. Even in Queensland. Queensland is our Texas, but upside down, isn't it? Where people wear shoes on their hands and hamburgers eat people. Just some fun facts about Queensland, just in case you didn't know.
And the guns carry men.
Jake Summit writes, did LNP just lose 9 seats? Hell yeah. It looks like they have. Good call, Jake. What a massive...
So this guy's like gonna run for, like, to be the leader of the LNP now.
This is the treasurer, isn't it? This is the treasurer of the LNP, and Wayne Swan, the federal treasurer.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but they asked him before. And
Imagine how much shitter at economics the LNP treasurer is than Wayne Swan, who won best treasurer on the planet.
Yeah, do you reckon he's really intimidated?
No. I bet you he thinks, you know, we do things a little differently around Queensland.
Everything's relative, and even economics is relative to Queensland.
Yeah, tell you reckon.
Is he the one that was
Bet
saying
you never even thought about counting pineapples before.
disregarded one thing?
In Queensland, we don't count sheep when we go to sleep. We count cane toads. That's a different way of thinking.
Different level.
Rural Queensland thinks like that, don't they? You just don't get it, do you, city slickers? Excuse me, I've got to spit some tobacco out. Don't you think that someone who's watching this telecast on ABC 24 and not listening to our commentary, shame on them, is wearing at the moment a hat that has a bunch of corks on strings, and even though he's indoors, the air conditioning is on, so it's blowing in front of his eyes. So it's going, is it 39 seats to Labor or 30 seats to LNP? I can't see the corks in my eyes.
Damn, this corks.
Yeah. If only there was something I could do about it. Which is probably humans' fault, I bet. Do you know Ali is our resident Queensland expert, because despite, if you've just joined us, despite not being an Australian citizen, still pending for Australian citizenship, he knows more about, he knows Queensland like the back of his hand. He's been there twice. And the rest of us have been there once, and only to the amusement parks. So for all we know, the vast majority of people in Queensland are dressed up like Shaggy and Daisy from Scooby-Doo. But Ali has informed us that that's not the case.
It's not. It's the I've got news for you. I've got news for you. I was at a respectable shopping mall in Brisbane, and there was this one guy shopping at Target with just his boxers on. And it was a completely acceptable thing over there. When I came to New South Wales and asked people, how does that work? They said, well, man, you're in Queensland. You've got to expect such things.
Was that a reason?
Yeah, that's what everyone told me.
Yes. Yes. can't believe it's okay to shop in underpants in Queensland. It's that hot.
And if it's not, at least it's comfortable.
You comment, oh, back to 5 question mark seats. Are we? Well, now we've got some. Get back to the tally.
What's the score?
Why are they doing minus and plus?
Nobody wants to watch a hand press buttons. If you're not watching the ABC commentary of it, that's what they're currently showing at the moment. And the hand keeps appearing and disappearing, which must astound and astonish every baby watching this. Going, where did the hand go? Everybody else, we're above this. We need to see the score.
But hey, the old lady's still there though.
If there's only 52% been calculated. Oh no, that's just
No, this is one seat.
In Bundaberg.
Bundy.
That's the place of the home of Bundaberg rum, if I'm not mistaken. Am I mistaken? Having been to SeaWorld once?
No, I think you're
is
right.
Bundaberg the home of Bundaberg rum?
You mean Bundy?
Yeah.
I think
The
so.
All-Star Election Queensland panel. Someone who's been there twice, 2 people who've been there once, and how many times have you been there, Tom?
I've been there like well over a dozen times.
Why, Lee? Why are you such an imposter?
Hey man, I haven't been there twice. I've been there 4 times. All right.
We are
Alright.
more. We've got so much more expertise on this than what we thought. We have a combined visit rate of 18, do we?
I've been there 4 times.
Yeah,
Why is everyone saying this now?
What? I get it, like,
What?
almost
Dude, you've been there once.
You're the only one that hasn't been there.
Why am I making any judgments at all? In my mind, there is people that have pineapples on their heads. That's 20% of the election in Queensland.
They're really normal people, man.
Really?
Really?
In terms of bizarre,
Let's not get carried away.
it's only a few rungs down, people with pineapples on their heads, as opposed to people that wear boxer shorts into Target going, I didn't steal these, I walked in with boxer shorts.
As the security guard, he was there.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And he's wearing boxers as well. Leave him alone, it's discrimination.
Security.
Boxers and a gun strapped onto his waist. That's it.
Do these boxes have pineapples on them?
No man, I think it had like the Queen. It had the Australian flags on it, but like Queensland was highlighted for some reason.
I also have the image because pretty much everyone that I know that's been up there has only been up there for Hens Nights. Is there a lot of men walking around that are very muscly with male G-strings on, and you'll talk to him and he'll be the mayor?
That's the Gold Coast.
Wearing a top hat.
That'd be the Gold Coast.
Yeah, Surfer's Paradise.
Which is where Clive Palmer is from. Apparently they say that the Gold Coast is the Tokyo of Australia, aka it's insane. People there are this strange, odd mishmash. That the guy that I was reading, it's in the book Palmasaurus. It's all right. I don't recommend you read it. He does say, I'll give you the gem piece of it. He does say that Clive Palmer, where he grew up, it's no surprise that he's the ridiculous Humpty Dumpty egg of a human being that he is. Because this is how he describes it. If your house is right next to a giant golf ball indicating mini golf, and that's the building, don't you think that'd be a very odd existence? Just think about the neighbor next to you, right?
Yeah.
He's got a car. The neighbor next to this guy, every time he walks past him, is saying, "You want some chips? Please, I'm going out of business." And he lives in a giant golf ball. Don't you think that when they say, "I know what Australians want," they
Out of touch.
they know what. If Australia was Fantasia the movie, they would know what Australia was.
Yeah, the Gold Coast is kind of like a bit like Australia's Bali, where it's just like whenever you're getting like hassled, but instead of being hassled by street vendors, you're being hassled by really hot chicks and like nightclub owners that are really intimidating and kind of threaten you if you don't want to go into the club.
That's true. I can vouch for that. That happened all the time.
What?
Yeah.
Did you try and get into strip clubs in
No,
Gold
not
Coast?
strip clubs. If you walk around Surface Paradise, there's going to be really hot chicks coming up to you and say, hey, how you going? And you're like, the hell am I hot in Queensland? Turns out, no. They just want you to come to their clubs.
Yeah.
And they also want you to get a picture taken with them, but they're going to charge you fuckload. So there's always these Asian tourists who are taking a picture with them, assuming that, whoa, this is amazing, but then they have to pay like a $40 bill for it.
What?
And
Man, we are not Thailand. We're not that poor. You know when you go to Thailand and they go, feed pigeon, here you go, and put corn in your hands, and then you divvy it out to pigeons, and they go, yeah, and then they take your parents away from you, so you're this little 8-year-old handing out corn to a pest, a rodent. That's their tourism feat, and then they go up to you and say, okay, so it's $200 while your parents are away. Or in Pakistan where they go, who will win, mongoose or snake, and then they just fight it, and then whoever dies, they go, you killed my snake. That's the Australian version of that. Some hot chick going, hey, you want a picture? I think you're hot. Give me $50. You're pervert.
I'll give you a video.
The other thing they have is those oxygen bars where you sit down and you just have to like breathe in oxygen of different flavors and cost like heaps of money. They're like, we'll give you 10 minutes, you get to sit down and just like put a little tube in your mouth and it's like, it's strawberry flavored oxygen and you just breathe it. And then like, that's it. It's the worst fucking product.
Dude, they banned that in America because they used to have those oxygen bars in New York, but it's really bad for you because
Do you
you're
get dependent on it? It's like you got it in your mouth and then you take it off and you like
exactly.
need to go back for
If
more.
you're like,
You get the
Wing
beans
you want
on
and you're
land.
paying for it.
That's
Think-
amazing.
think
They've
of-
turned you into land scuba divers.
think of it this way: you've been inhaling pure oxygen for 1 hour, and then you go outside and you inhale like a huge smoke of Holden cars around you.
Yeah.
Your body can't like adjust it.
It's such a weird thing. Like, and everyone wants to do it. Like, everyone I'm with, like, that I was with, are all like, you know, like educated, like uni students and shit. And they're all like, yeah, we've got to try it.
You want to try oxygen? I don't know how that
You don't
is.
know what it's like. It could be awesome.
True. Even though you've said that, I still
Sounds
want to
great.
try
Yeah,
oxygen.
yeah, right, yeah.
Especially when you
Amazing
say
does it
strawberry flavor.
sound. Yeah, there's heaps of different flavors.
They have grape.
Great meat.
Wouldn't it be incredible if
Oh, that's the acceptance
the
speech.
vast majority of the
That's
LNP? Nah, I don't really want to
Oh,
listen to
I've
that.
been
I
here
bet
as
she's
well.
a terrible speaker. Doesn't she look like one of those people that as soon as the cameras are on, go, guys, I'm really happy. Thank you so much. I didn't really think about this much, even though I knew I was going to win. See, she's saying it right now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I've been to her constituency. I hang out at her Westfield Mall.
How do you know?
Dude, because it says in Dropley. I've been to Dropley a few times.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you recommend it?
I do recommend it. It's like their upper middle class area.
Yeah, they said that Ash Grove is, I guess, nobody knows this unless they're in Sydney, but I'm not going to say it anyway. The point is, it's nice up there. You should
Yeah, it's actually a
You
decent
should get a
suburb.
house there, raise your family.
If you're an accountant, then you're probably going to get a house there.
I was one of those kind
Yeah,
of places.
like professional people.
Do you think the vast majority of people there think that if they don't wear sunglasses on their heads, they'll die?
I think they think that if they don't wear sunglasses on their head, they're not cool anymore.
Which is social death.
Social
The
death.
second worst death. Di, can you do a V run for us? Please. Or does somebody want? I'll do it.
What is Aldo?
You want to do it?
Yeah. What do you
Yeah. Getting a more energy drink.
Yeah. Get some V in us.
In us.
Everyone that's commenting saying that the stream's really bad is always like, they're not commenting, they're sending personal messages as though it's like, they just don't like hurt, like let it be public. Like, hey man, like, just to let you know, just on the side that, yeah, it's actually streaming really bad.
How do we
That's
fix
really
it, though?
considerate.
Yeah, that's
Thank you
right.
very much for not making this public.
But we just did.
As we just,
We've done all
That's
we
our
can,
job.
alright?
But how do we? Can you fix it though?
No, I think it's fine. Like, I don't know, people, maybe it's not.
Sorry, guys.
I think it's, yeah, I don't know. Alexander's really shit.
This is amazing. I'm so... You know what else Labor's going to bring in? Obviously, the LNP wouldn't have a bar of this. In the next 10 years, 15 years, let's make it 15, because it is 2030. Sorry that we're not in 2020 at the moment. No wonder I'm not wearing a space helmet. They want to make 50% of Queensland's energy come from renewable energy. That's their target. Isn't that incredible? That's the difference between Labor and Liberal. How do we get the youth involved? This is amazing. We're having the same conversation that Christians had in the 70s about how do we bring kids back to God? How do we get kids involved in the Labour movement?
I think the youth is getting involved, but pretty much the whole world is now looking towards conserving the environment. China is doing that. Xi Jinping is like, we need to protect the environment. Like, when that guy says something, like, he's probably going to do it.
I love how much more tolerance they have than us that are going, you've made farmland ugly. We've got to do something about the environment. That's our level of awareness. That's pretty amazing. You'd have to get to the state in China where breathing the air was the equivalent of smoking 60 cigarettes a day. That was the point when they said, I like trees. And then a couple of them got shot. Now,
well,
but now they're on the right path. Martyrs.
Yeah, that's how you get like young people involved if they're keen on the environment. Is if the Labor Party was just like really like immovable on their environmental policy. If they like didn't kind of try and go down some like middle ground and kind of like please everyone, then you'd get like that's like the strategy, according to Mark Latham.
Yeah.
What did he say? What was Mark Latham's spin on it? Does everyone remember Mark Latham? He was the opposition leader of Labor, the only one that I'm glad never was in office because, my God, that would be a long track back from opposition after somebody who used to beat cabbies up for not giving him the right fare was our Prime Minister.
Who's that?
How awesome is that?
Who?
Mark Latham.
Oh, right, yeah.
Mark Latham used to punch people he didn't like, which, very Aussie, isn't it? You can imagine very few other countries having a prime minister that does that. I can imagine the prime minister of Mongolia decapitating someone for some reason, which is way more extreme. And the president of Antarctica being a microbe in a suit that you have to, every time he addresses the UN, put 1,000 times microscope on him to hear him speak.
I don't think they have a prime minister though.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be nice?
It would.
But yeah, he was saying that that was like the big problem. It's because like Labor's on the winning side on the environmental debate, right?
Yeah.
Like it's happening and it's going to get worse. And like there's just no winning. Like it's just really clear. Like we can see what the outcome's going to be, right? Like obviously you should try and like you should make everything for all that because it's just going to get worse and worse. That like global warming and like climate change will get worse.
Especially when both Tony Abbott and Campbell Newman had very comprehensive plans over saving, conserving the ecosystem, conserving the atmosphere.
Yeah.
As Lord Mayor, Campbell Newman had bought the most renewable energy in Australia for his electorate. So all of his traffic lights and street lights were run off renewable energy that they bought from South Australia. As Premier of Queensland, think about how much corruption is in state politics. And it's not necessarily corruption in the sense, in the legal sense, but moral corruption. This man was, now that he's out, used to be quantifiably one of the worst politicians on the planet for the environment. It went the King of Saudi Arabia, Campbell Newman.
Damn. When is he gonna beat that king's ass? I want him jumping up the ladder. One more step.
Yeah. Now that he's out and I look back at the history books, I will pine that a lot that we took home the silver at that.
Cameron Newman should probably leg it to Saudi Arabia after this.
You should move to Saudi Arabia. Keep pumping that oil, bitch. Fucking cold, old school. Pump that oil.
The fracking prince.
Yes. Labor is going to put forth a plan that changes the state's electricity grid to 50% renewable within the next 15 years. On top of having renewable energy targets, which Campbell Newman scrapped, but drastically increasing them. They used to be 15% by 2020, I think. It's a huge jump in 10 years. And it's because this is one of the most interesting stats I read in 2014. Number one of Jordan's most interesting stats was that the world is now a third run by renewable energy because it's come to the stage where renewable energy is at the same point in technology advancements that products, mobile phones were in the 1990s. How everyone thought, yeah, people are eventually going to transfer over to that, but it's going to take decades. It took 5 years.
Yeah.
It's because the technology is so much better that you can't contain it anymore. That even the goal of 50% by 2030 is really, and this will be the problem, I bet you the same thing will happen as what happened in 2013. Everyone's going to abandon Labor saying, yeah, but you didn't, you should go further, so I'm not voting for you. This game is rigged, and then you get Tony Abbott in. It'll probably happen again. But stick with them, guys, because 50% is a huge increase on 0%, which is what the Liberal Party was commenting on. So everybody that says that they're not green enough. Peter Garrett was the Environmental Minister of Australia under Labor. Green enough. You know who Peter Garrett is? For anybody who doesn't know, he was a political activist / singer for 20 years that used to dance in a way that threatened most people.
I like how he did.
That's Peter Garrett. It looks kind of like Campbell Newman. I can't tell the difference. I can't believe it's not Campbell Newman, the person. Labor majority of 1. That's the projection. A Labor majority of 1.
Is that mean only 60%'s been counted?
Yeah.
Oh, we're halfway there. That's like nothing. How are they being able to predict this so right now?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was telling you before. They look at they take they take about 60% of the total amount of votes, and then they assume that this is going to be for the whole election. So
Right.
they say that this person has won this election based on only 60% of the vote that they've gotten, which is usually a good indicator. But in cases, it could turn over.
Has it ever happened where they've finished the broadcast and be like, "Oh, there you have it," and then they've done 70%, 80%, and then
I don't know.
once
I
it
don't
gets
know
to
about
80, it's
Australia, but
usually
it hasn't
pretty
probably.
soft, yeah.
What do you guys think?
Yes, Jordan.
On the strength of this Queensland election turnout, do you think it's safe to call in the age of Aquarius? Do you think that we're in a new age for humanity? Queensland results.
I'm hoping.
Age of Aquarius. Heralded in by a 12% swing in a state with 4 million people out of a global population of 7 billion. That'd be amazing if that was God's little nudge to humanity. That was his little miracle. His little wink down on planet Earth saying, hey guys, time to grow wings and fly. But the stats were for this. This is the level that they were up against, the Labor Party. Everybody thinks that this is this massive conspiracy where there's two sides that are funded equally, and it doesn't really matter who in, it's swapping colours. No, it's, if you really look into the policy, there's marked massive differences. The difference is a party that has to live with the economic reality that we live in a capitalist. Most makes the first plausible, well thought out thought in this 2-hour-long broadcast, but I was distracted by a Stegosaurus with Campbell Newman holding 3 massive machine guns.
He got,
one machine gun coming out of his mouth.
It was got lost in the comments, and he sent a private message saying, by the way, guys, I sent another photo. He knew.
Matthew Hayward has pulled a classic Matthew in making. Oh God, it's such a marked improvement. Think about it. Yeah, it's cool that Campbell Newman is riding a stegosaurus, riding a Tyrannosaurus, but there's nothing cooler than guns.
Mini guns.
Yeah. Is that what they call?
GTA 4. Yeah.
Yeah, these are like the Terminator gun.
Tom, are you one of those 10-year-olds that you hate a little too much about guns, and your other friends who go, "Okay, man, that's."
No, I think it's probably on something else. I just like lots of.
Matthew Hayward, I'm very impressed with your artistic flair. You know what? If I owned a printer, which I haven't since it broke down in my second year of university, I would. I'm too distracted by all these great pictures.
Right, man. Who's that Pokemon?
Was that the ad break, or was that at the end?
Yeah, no,
it was the ad break. Asking which Pokemon it was, showing us, and it was a really obvious silhouette outline of what the Pokemon was. Well, if anybody wants to name that, come up with names at the bottom of who's that Pokemon, and we'll award a special VCan click of approval to the one
Rockstar,
that we
baby.
like. Yeah, it's a Rockstar can now. We've gone down market. We're now possibly the shittest energy drink there is. This used to get sold at Golo. Did you buy this from a store that has a logo of a gorilla with a
Did you get
cat
it across
on?
the road?
Just across the road.
Was the guy on Skype? It's always just like on
Oh,
his
man.
computer. It's the worst convenience store in there.
I love how convenient store
can
it is.
be?
Come on.
Yeah,
$5 an hour, dude. Come on.
It makes you wait for like 2 minutes to like, for anything. You'll just be standing there
Yeah.
and you'll just be like yelling at the computer.
Is he personally offended when he has to get off Skype?
Yeah. It's one of those
Yeah.
like groans and then
Yes.
and the computer's not even at the counter. It's like
If you've ever been to those 7-Elevens where it says "Be right back" out for something, and the guy's right there, he's just standing outside talking to his mates the whole time. And there's people like, "Hey, do you know someone who works here?" Like, "Nah, man, he's the guy who works there." It's like, no, I don't know anyone. And it's obvious that it's the guy.
shirt on. Yes.
Convenience store workers are that, aren't they? They wanted to figure out a way to exist, didn't they?
Yeah.
They wanted to become human sea sponges. They wanted to own a convenience store. Camp Bell End, Balding,
So what would you say? What was your point before
the two names. This is pretty incredible that the vast majority of elections ever ran, if you look at the statistics, it's pretty much down the line. Whoever spends the most in that election wins that election. That's been the ratio until today. Labor was outspent $7 to 1 in this election. That's how much corporations wanted Campbell Newman to win.
How much?
7 times more. $7 to every $1 the next most funded party, which is a major party, had in its coffers. And they're using the scare tactic of, ooh, he's funded by bikers. Multinational corporations are so much worse. Can you turn off your phone? It's really unprofessional. But this is the other point that they have. This is how pro-corporate they were. They raised donations from $1,000 under Labor. After $1,000, you had to declare that, yes, we clearly want this person to win, and we're all but in name bribing that party to get in.
Yeah, pretty much.
That was Labor. Campbell Newman raised that to $12,400. That was his increase on it. So up until $12,400, you didn't have to declare that you donated anything to the LNP. That's a lot when it comes to state politics. That's a lot of bumper stickers. But even with all those dirty tricks, where they were funneling in $1 million to marginal seat holders, $1 million in undeclared donations to run their campaign in that seat, and they still lost. What's your analysis on that, Arlie?
Money can't buy everything.
Well, that's very Nice work, Charlie.
Words of wisdom, boys. Money comes.
All you need is love.
All you need is love. Yes.
The stats speak for themselves.
Dude, it just means that the Liberal Party did a shit job. Like, no amount of bumper stickers can convince people because, like, they're unemployed. So an unemployed man looks at a bumper, oh, I'm going to vote for Campbell Newman. All he's thinking of is, like, fuck Campbell Newman.
What if he saw 4 million bumper stickers saying vote Campbell Newman? As in, his kids were covered in bumper stickers and going, look, Daddy, I'm a mummy. Grr.
Yeah, but they're hungry at the same time.
He still needed to put himself on a dinosaur. That's the only way, right?
And the deputy leader of the LNP, while the Tyrannosaurus walks in, the only way that they could have got the additional votes, that would have got them to hung parliament status. The only way to get them over the line would have been if the deputy premier had one of those cow branding sticks. It was giant, and he sears the Tyrannosaurus on the thigh as it screams, and it says, "Just vote one LNP. Don't bother about doing all the tally on the numbers. You don't need to count that far. Just vote one." I can't believe that was their strategy for this, because it's legal in Queensland to not write down your preferences afterwards. If you do that in national elections, your vote gets disqualified. Your vote doesn't mean shit if you don't number every box for the lower house.
Yeah, so why is it different? Why don't they let it just be one?
Because Queensland is like things simple.
Get it, Sue.
Alphabet soup confuses me.
Well, jumbled up.
I thought it was supposed to go A, B, C, D, and in the alphabet soup that I've got on my spoon, it goes A, B, E, D.
One house, one.
Is my kindergarten teacher lying to me, or is the soup? Audrey, what have you got to say?
That everyone's coming on with this dude's moustache in the background.
Good spot, Audrey. That is a massive moustache. I really don't. You think it's much better what Campbell Newman had in the background, though? Instead of someone with a gigantic moustache and quite a revolutionary goatee, he does look like he knew Trotsky, doesn't he?
Come on, man.
He's thinking about that in the background.
Looks like he's got 3 turds on his fingers.
Oh my god, he does.
That's awesome.
This isn't a mustache, this is just a dirty Sanchez with a lot of pubic hair in it. Whoa, that's pretty nasty, man. You've got that guy in the background. I think Campbell Newman was better having the kumbaya people that were really obviously there to say, everyone votes LNP from Sudanese to hot chicks. I do like how ALP always goes for that ragtag look, though, don't they? As in, if the two parties were made into magical beings, the Liberal Party would obviously be wizards, and
Obviously.
and this is beyond debate. And the Labour Party would be no, they would witch doctors.
Witch
So you reckon they'd be that level of ragtag? So
Both
they
kind
can
of-
point the bone at you and you can die, but they need to dance around that bone and change at it for 4 hours before it has that pain. Whereas the Liberal Party, in that time, within 1 second into the 4-hour dance, could have gone Expelliarmus and blown up the bone. You're listening to In-Depth Analysis.
No, it's not time for bed.
4-seat difference. And only 4 to go.
Who do you think this chick is?
I don't know.
And teeth at its gutted growth. So awesome not listening to them and making comments about everyone's physical appearance there. Talking about the adjudicator, who is the Queensland version of Kerry O'Brien, but he doesn't have a job anymore because the Liberal Party made cuts to the ABC so they can no longer make state 7:30 report shows that used to be aired on Friday. Now it's 5 days a week of leave sales. Which is all right. She makes points, but you know, what happened to this guy? The guy that looks like Woody from Toy Story. It's going to be the last time he's on TV until the next election.
Yeah.
And then he's begging on the street between now and then.
Yeah, your guess is like a massive day.
No, don't you think that he goes into hyperbolic chamber suspended animation? It's cheaper to keep him trained and put it cryogenically freeze him to make him look as young as he is now until the election in 2018.
Yeah. The unthawing process begins.
The unthawing process begins in 2017. It takes,
Just has like that kind of like Clockwork Orange, like tape dies thing, and they flash like all the information he needs to know for the election.
yes, that's why the unthawing process happens at that point. Because the ABC doesn't have enough money to keep all of their other operations going electrically speaking and feed him all the information that he needs. So the thawing process is really prolonged out. We all know that that's what's happening, don't we? With Woody, who is the obvious adjudicator of this
ABC 24.
of ABC 24's live coverage. Straight comments.
And by the way, the blood pack that was made earlier about the Tyrannosaurus Rex has received 8 likes.
Yes. Both of those pictures
That's
are
7.
valid.
So
7
15.
likes. There's 15 people that if Campbell Newman walks out onto his concession speech riding a Tyrannosaurus Rex with or without machine guns. We didn't originally say machine guns, but we want this to be slightly probable.
Oh, yes.
Right. Future speeches. How good would that be if that's the speaker? They're always talking to Mr. Speaker, and it is a miniature Tyrannosaurus Rex. They've bred him so he can be darted if he gets too hungry. They can use several tranquilizers on him. But he did eat. That's why 5 people from Campbell Newman's team during his majority of 72 people turned themselves into independents so they could move further away from the speaker because a couple of guys got their heads eaten. And after that, this doesn't agree with my views. I never supported the feeding the Tyrannosaurus whenever it gets hungry bill with the closest available meat. ALP would be Hagrid. Audrey Benson, what we were discussing before was if the ALP was, if the two parties were magical beings, the LNP would be wizards, and it is Audrey's expert analysis on looking at the ragged, tagged people that they have behind them all the time. And the LNP usually has a bunch of senior citizens and attractive young people. And then when you look at Labor's supporters, it's always some dude with a gut or somebody that, if they weren't wearing a T-shirt that says, I support Janine. I've never met her before, but go the Reds. If that was the case, and both of them were magical beings in Parliament, the Liberals would be wizards and Labor would be witch doctors, but Audrey disagrees and says that Hagrid would be the level of magic that they have.
The entire
From recollection, wasn't Hagrid a squib?
What's a squid?
Isn't a squib somebody who's a non-magical person? They're the opposite of a mudblood. So Hermione had muggle parents and has magic, but a squib is somebody who has magical parents, but they are born a muggle, essentially.
They suck ass.
And
Yeah,
Harry Potter man.
what a degenerate.
I'm legitimately disappointed in
Yeah.
that concept.
I'm kind of sad Voldemort didn't win, wipe them all out. Screw muggles and screw squid. Well, I'm pretty offended that they used to hate muggles so much. Yeah. But screw squids, man.
Come on.
Yeah, I agree with it though. Labour would be Hagrid. They've got that. The ultimate Labour leader would be a half man, half giant with a scraggly beard, and in it is a knife, just in case there's any trouble that goes down. I don't need a bodyguard. We'll cut back on that. We don't need Secret Service covering me around. I can take care of myself.
Squibby beard.
Yeah, Hagrid would vote Labour, wouldn't he? And if Anastasia Polazic won, he would run up on stage when he's not supposed to and be like, "I love you, Anastasia." Okay, that's nice. I need to do this face back.
Yeah. He's got the moustache.
Right.
Man.
Why is there such a meme cane? Meme machine. Right.
Everyone loves this guy.
Fair enough. He's the pirate's assistant with a dirty Sanchez on his face. So what's not to love? Currently, we have a LNP trail of 39 to ALP's. It's a pretty good majority. 5 seats. 5 seats from 9, and there's only 3 left to be counted. Oh, this is incredible.
Does that even make sense?
What?
Like, how is it? No, I guess it does.
What?
So what, it's over then? That's just like a mystery there, I guess they don't know.
What's a mystery?
Well, if they're up by that many seats, like it's over, right?
Yeah, the
It's not
LP
even
has
possible.
got the seats that they need. I think 42 was what they needed to get over for it to be a minor government, and 44 was the number they needed. And ALP is on 46 now. I'm so glad that Anastasia won it as well. When you were watching the two discuss policy, which I think you did for several seconds in little 2-minute news clips on ABC, expert Queensland analysis, genius Ali. What was your vibe of Anastasia Palaszczuk? What did you think she was? Did you like her when you saw her? Did she make you feel comfortable, Ali?
Man, she kind of has that Obama touch to her, where you're not exactly sure what she's up to, but you still like her for some reason.
Yes, that's such a good way to describe her. Obama's a little more. Don't you think that it would be? If you said to Obama, if you had dreads and Laotian military jacket on that has Southeast Asian flags sewn onto the arms, and you said, "Yo, Obama, you want to play hacky?" He would take time out of his schedule to play hacky with you for 2 minutes of saying, "All right, I need to get my cardio up for a second." And go back to that. That's the kind of guy Obama is, as opposed to Anastasia, who in that situation would go, "All right, I'll give it a go." Whoops, oh no, sorry, I'm very busy.
Maybe later.
Yeah. Do you think maybe later, or do you think she'll? All right, I'll give this a go. And I'm terrible.
I think she would say.
I've upset a Queensland.
I'll do an extra minute and a half.
I think she would say, "Oh, I would love to. Maybe later we'd do that."
Yeah.
She won't actually do
Good
it.
call.
All right,
That's exactly what Anastasia Palaszczuk would say. Conversation.
Sounds fun, though.
Yeah, in the comments box, if you want to weigh in, and if you believe that Anastasia Palaszczuk would play more hacky than Obama, if a dude with dreads, and there's a lot of lice in those dreads, just remember that. Don't think Anastasia Palaszczuk is more of a germaphobe than Obama is. I bet she has wet ones in her purse.
Yeah, man.
As opposed to Obama. He's just got the feel because he's always got his sleeves rolled up, ready to play around in the mud.
And he's from Hawaii. He's lived in Indonesia and Pakistan. He knows what hair lice is like.
It's not the end of the
Yeah,
world.
he lived there for like a year.
Really?
How old was he?
He was a college student.
Have we seen his birth certificate?
That's all I want to know. Read my mind, Tom.
The best part about it is, obviously nobody can see this, but Tom is the only one with a microphone on. It's one of those gamer microphones that's got the massive headphones on it. The fact that he's asking for Obama's birth certificate is so fitting.
Because he never released it.
He released a video though from Lion King.
Real name is Barry Sataro.
Photoshop
End of
is-
story. Barry Sataro. One name. Look it up.
When I went to Indonesia, Di frantically texted me while I was leaving the airport saying, "Man, are you still there?" I said, "Yeah, what is it? Can you do some research for me while you're there? Is there an Indonesian guy there that you think is Obama? If you see him, just tell me what your thoughts on it are. Maybe you can get to the bottom of it." It's a long text. Something along those lines. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
The guy looks like Obama a lot. Do you want to put up
Specifically
the
asked you for Muhammad Saboot.
Can you put up an image of Mohammed Saboot on Facebook?
Who's Mohammed Saboot?
Mohammed Saboot is the alleged real father of Obama, which would make him an illegitimate president of the United States if it's true.
No, you.
Which it
yes, you.
isn't. I don't understand why the right in the US was so up in arms about Obama not being a natural citizen. It's
Yes.
pretty spot on, isn't it?
Yes. Real father.
Were you looking for him?
Obama ain't half white, half black. He Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods.
Yeah. Half time.
Oh, Tiger. There he is. What's your thoughts? Can we get to the bottom of this on FriendlyJordies?
I'm not saying it's aliens, but
It's aliens.
Wow. All this V-juice is getting to my pee-pee. I need to go potty. Be back in a second, guys. Tell me if something cool happened.
That does look like Obama. That guy. Well, where is
What's the history of the theory, Di?
Yeah.
Why?
apparently this guy's like a cult leader who's like,
Mohammed Saboot?
yeah, leading like a world kind of like New Age Islam movement.
And they've like managed to kind of
Obama's-
burrow Obama into the like leadership of America to
Yeah.
kind of like
Like, so it's not like
Turn everything.
Orthodox Islam, it's like this New Age kind of Islam. That's
yeah, well,
like-
the appearance is very strikingly similar.
The hair loss pattern is so similar.
Man.
Good on Rye.
Ra's the best.
Rye has turned our broadcast into a picture book, more accessible to the preschool. Keep up the good work, Rye. Always on time. 6 people believe that that Indonesian dude is Obama's real dad. It's gaining credibility.
6 against 1.
All right, let's go back to the tally board, shall we? LB 39, ALB 44. Other 3, Palmer United Party, Big Fat 0.
Aw.
Just as random as
Palmer United.
Palmer himself.
This is called.
Let's talk about this.
It's called. The cuteness spoke.
Defenseless.
I always think of
Tom believes that Clive Palmer is a good politician, as in he's doing good for Australia. Can you back up your claims again? Basically, he believes that because he watched a speech of Clive Palmer's that was a summary of what he did in 2014.
Yeah, for preparation for this, I Googled everything you need to know about the Queensland election, and Clive Palmer's 40-minute long 2014 year in review came up, so I just watched that instead. So now I know everything about the Palmer United Party. And he's a good guy, man.
I'm disappointed he hasn't delivered on Titanic 2 yet.
Yeah, sure. But he did make the Palmasaurus, and
You know,
ran that, like,
yeah.
weekend-long event.
What a Clay Davis from The Wire. He is, isn't he? He is a He's a high-level politician that's fat, that's always promising things he can't deliver, such as Titanic 2. And all the rest of Australia is Stringer, the second drug dealer in command that tried to get into the political system. That's all of us going, where's our Titanic 2, man? And he's going, well, fellas, take it easy. That's it coming.
Oh, shit, man. Come.
Yeah, so why do you think Clive Palmer is awesome now, Tom?
I don't think he's awesome.
Your words.
I'm just saying, like, I don't know. He seems like he's a
Exactly.
emission
You don't know
trading
what you're saying.
Yeah, no, the bit that convinced me was when he was like, I have 4 billion tons of coal and 36 billion tons of coal that is yet to be discovered. And I haven't mined a ton of it.
Yeah.
Why am I getting an award?
That's why he thinks he's an environmentalist. He's
He's
a
like, yeah.
coal baron that wants to develop the Galilee Basin, which, if it is developed, that will be 30% of the coal that we need, of the carbon emissions that we need to push us over over the limit of 2 degrees in change of temperature. Which, as we all know, after 2 degrees, people start to melt. That's Clive Palmer would definitely hear that and think, ooh, ice cream people. Yeah, that was his fantastical idea to stop carbon emissions. Originally, before he met with Al Gore, and it changed his view entirely by still voting to scrap the carbon tax, but we'll keep an ETS set at $0, which is less than what the Liberal Party wants to do. What an environmental savior! That guy is pissed off at Christine Milne for winning an environmental award because he believes he's more of an environmentalist than she is. The leader of the Greens Party, he thinks he's more of an environmentalist than she is. That's how deluded and Asperger's
right.
his
Hold on a second. Yeah. He has like 40 million tons of coal or whatever, just like ready to mine. Not a million, but the point is he has more like ability to kind of like ruin the earth than Christine Milne, and he's not doing it.
Because he doesn't know so he's holding the world at hostage.
Yeah.
This guy cares about Mother Nature to the point that he's willing to threaten her.
So essentially, he's just admitted to the fact that climate change is happening. That's essentially his environmental.
Yeah, he loves
Our
Al Gore.
boss is Al Gore. Had a meeting with Clive Palmer for 40 minutes and was able to convince a coal baron skeptic that believed that, why do we have to reduce our emissions? I don't even know if it's a problem, but if it is, Mother Nature makes 97% of all the carbon emissions. Why can't we just put filters on volcanoes? Wouldn't that reduce carbon emissions a lot? Yeah, it would, except you can't. That's basically that was Clive Palmer's literacy on the issue. Al Gore speaks to him for 40 minutes and he is convinced that it is the biggest threat to mankind.
Do you have something to say about that? Maybe he didn't say anything to do with climate change. Maybe he gave him Maybe he gave him a choice he couldn't refuse.
Yeah. Funded by the new energy mafia.
Should have been in my myself. One that we can't see.
Grid of the flat Earth.
Yeah. In case you've just joined us, and I'm sorry to keep repeating that, but we all have to do it for you people that were late. How about you buy a watch that
We were an hour late there, by the way, so sorry.
We're very glad that you joined us.
Yeah, thanks for waiting.
No, nobody to thank. Don't you think if I was wearing a cap backwards at that point, my brain would have switched over, instead of being apologetic like you guys, to being, fuck them, we start when we start. The power of wearing a cap backwards.
Come on, man, there's food for everyone, man. We got food for everyone.
Di, who is the guy that I always get to play characters that I'm too scared to play for racial reasons. He's in a lot of Your Maz videos. He is the biggest conspiracy theorist you will ever meet. He genuinely believes the Earth is flat. As if we don't have a more ranged panel than whatever the fuck the ABC has on at the moment. They have two major parties that say, I think we should be taxing rich people at 43%. I think that 43% is too high. 42.5% is the correct.
Yeah, we have two people that know next to nothing about this, and one like really aggressive conspiracy.
Who doesn't give a fuck about the election? It's trying to convince us the earth is flat.
It's a relevant movement. Everyone
Look,
check
man,
out.
all the problems is that all the water falling off the edges.
That's where
That's where all the water going. Murray Darling ain't getting dried up from all the cotton farming, man. No, they're falling off the edge. Feeding the turtle that's floating around in space.
Check out the UN flag, man. Show the flat Earth is, man.
Yeah, look at the map, man.
The info is out there if you look for it.
Flat as a pizza, dog.
Do we have any more big?
No.
You can have some of this if you want. I don't want that much.
You don't like the Rockstar?
No, I've had too much energy drink.
Election update. Ali has had too much energy drink and now his tummy hurts. We'll have to take a short hiatus until he is out of this sickness, and we all pray that he does.
It's like John Cena will really take a break.
Go back to Rye on FriendlyJordies' Facebook page. He's now made a meme of my head on the Hungry Caterpillar.
The very thirsty
It's
podcast.
a very thirsty podcast. Showing the 3 V's worth of energy drink that we've drunk in this podcast for you guys. Rye. I love this guy called Rye.
But can we get more info on Rye? I like this guy.
Yeah, let's Facebook stalk him. We already know who won. Oh, look at him chug that beer. Yes. Bob,
Drink it.
eat your heart out. Scarlet, man. Rye. Can you not make a meme for this? No. Yes, make a meme for it. Get your picture of yourself and no words. You just have, the only word you're allowed to put is on the picture. You either have to put yes or no to the question, did you skull all of that at once?
Be honest.
There's no point in pretending to be a hero. It's still cool that you try.
Rye uses fisheye lens. He's part of the curved Earth conspiracy.
Yeah, why are all photos flat? Explain that. Both physically and lensly.
ABC 24. Let's give a stat update so we can still talk about this slightly.
5 difference, 3 to go still.
This is an amazing turnaround.
ALP has no.
12%. Even though I was saying that it wasn't much before when it was neck and neck, that's so much. It's never happened in electoral history in Australia. Wow.
And a
The house
resounding
blinks a
win.
lot. No wonder he wasn't Kerry O'Brien. He was the state leader. That's the difference between the two, isn't it? Don't think Kerry O'Brien can go without blinking for 2 days if he needs to. Suicide's open. And even if a fly is sucking the juices out of his eye, he can still sit there and think about waterfalls until it goes
He
away.
just pushes the fly into his eyeballs and gets the
absorbs
juice
it.
back.
Yes. Pushes the fly in, the fly then travels up to his brain, and there's a little 2 control levers that it can sit on. And for the rest of its natural life, even though it can being John Malkovich, Kerry O'Brien, but move him around. The fly is the one that will be a speaker. Guys, we're going to cut now to Campbell Newman. We'll come back after with
The
announcements.
LNP team allowed me to serve, and I really thank all of you. I thank every single man, woman, every voter, and it has been a great experience. My political career is over. It is over. Panelists. Tough, you're going to have to wear that one. I do want to reflect, though, on the last few years, and the times that we're living in are uncertain. Amy Remekas, did you get that? And they are uncertain times. And over the last 3 years, we've had to make some very important decisions for this state. They were necessary. And I do truly believe that they have put Queensland in a far better place. They put the state in a far better place than the way we found it. And I want to thank all the people who worked so very, very hard over those 3 years. There are, of course, my electorate staff, Tegan and Elise. I'll be seeing you shortly. Love you girls. There are many volunteers who work in my electorate office to serve the people of Ashgrove as well. I particularly want to thank my staff in the Premier's office. You are a great group of men and women. You have done the state proud, and you work very hard for me. You've been incredibly loyal. Some of you, like Kylie and Lindsay, have very loud voices, and I know that. But I thank you I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Maybe there'll be an LNP Premier, and we can talk about relocation, relocation. Maybe you won't be so lucky you can be with me. But thank you so much. I want to thank the men and women of the Queensland Police Service who have been my close protection detail over the last few years. You are they are sensational, and they do a great job for Queenslanders protecting and making us safe. So thank you. I also want to reflect on the MPs that lost their seats tonight in the LNP team. I just say this, ladies and gentlemen, when the history of this government is written, people should look long and hard about a political team who did the hard yards and didn't leak and didn't bitch and moan. They got on with the job because they knew they were doing the right thing for Queensland. So to all those who lost their seats, I'm so sensationally proud of you. I just wish the community knew that you were all men and women of conviction, and I wish you the very best in your future career. For the MPs that have managed to win their seats, you must keep on with the important work at hand. You've got to serve your communities, and you've got to, and again, we don't know whether we'll be in government or in opposition, but you've got to be part of a strong and stable LNP team, and I know that you will that. The LNP will offer either a strong and stable government or a very effective opposition in the years to come. And we might know tonight, we might not know for some days about that. But I say this to Queenslanders, the LNP team will meet at the first opportunity to elect a new leader. There are many fine men and women who could potentially put their hand up, but that is a matter for them. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for us to go to a new chapter in our lives. This is the lady, the love of my life, and I thank her for supporting me for 13 years in political office, and we're going to go forward together and have a great life together. And I want to thank our two daughters who are not here this evening. They're far away, but thanks for their support as well. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, again, let's hope that we can get a result for Queensland soon. But again, to all of you, to so many people who have been terrific over the years, thank you for your support. Thank you, Queensland. It has been an honour. It has been a privilege.
a moving speech, but sadly, no Tyrannosaurus Rex with 3 mini machine guns coming out. So he has lost the 16 people that were vowed in electronic blood writing to vote for the LNP in the next election. Your loss, mate. Okay, Tom really wants to play John Cena's "My Time Is Now." if you want to, you can do that. But
No.
Tom, do you think? I remember having this conversation because I've always got a soft spot for conservative leaders as people. I think that they're much. They probably have a much more fulfilling family life than anybody that's slightly left at all. Don't you think that most conservative parents would probably care about their kids a lot and whether they live or die, but most left of field parents would think, well, they're just protoplasm, we can always make more.
I never get that. Yeah, you have this thing where you think that like everyone is like Tony Abbott, like even though everything on paper seems to be bad to you, but like as a person, you just like think he's
really
just,
want
like,
to hang
the
out with
best
that guy.
guy. It always applies like that. Like even like George Bush or something.
Yes.
Yeah,
But
it's
then
the
again,
best guy.
with George Bush, you said that it was difficult for you to tell whether you would rather hang out with George Bush or Saddam Hussein. That is a slam dunk for me.
Or you'd rather
Versus a nice oil tycoon cowboy that has never personally watched anyone go through a meat grinder like Saddam Hussein has confirmed.
I
And
guess so.
sat there smoking a cigar, not empathizing at all, instead going, should have bowed to me, motherfucker.
Well, like, it'd be pretty interesting to meet that guy.
I
I don't
guess,
know, like,
but
obviously George
we're
Bush
talking
would be
about-
nicer, probably. But like, it's kind of indirect. Like, yeah, he's probably watched like way more like heinous things happening, but it's like,
who's responsible for more misery?
yeah.
Good
Well,
point.
yeah, like, I don't know.
With Campbell Newman, for instance, he seems like an alright guy.
Yeah,
You wouldn't mind hanging out with
Yeah,
him.
but that's the problem with it, is that you're always seeing them from this like personal level, where it doesn't matter if he's an okay guy. He's like the premier of a state. He's not meant to be just like all right. Like he has to be like better than just like an okay dude to hang out with.
Yeah, I'm not going to vote for him, but in terms of who I'd hang out with, he's got my vote. The compensation prize. Good work, Campbell. You better turn down that when we wait for that. But yeah, apart from that, yeah, he seemed,
Actually, like genuine about that.
as in when Kevin Rudd lost the election, you could really tell that he's not a good human being. Could you? As in Campbell Newman is kind of living in a fantasy world, like most conservative people of this bubble. That the only thing that you need to care about is your kids going to netball on Saturday. That's all I'm going to be premier for. So obviously they're going to be much nicer, more accommodating people when you're around them, because if I know you, you're family to me, mate. You want some cookies? I think they'd be those kind of people.
Yeah, I guess it's like the Bill O'Reilly or Bill Maher thing. Like, who would you rather hang out with? O'Reilly.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, I guess that's fine, that one. But like, yeah, again, it's just like it doesn't matter who would be better to hang out with. It's just like such a kind of irrelevant thing. But
Yeah, I'm trying to say nice things about him. Man,
but yeah, true. I wouldn't know.
That's awesome.
Originally, I
Tom
did want.
feels bad for making fun of possibly one of the worst democratically elected leaders on the planet.
Yeah, well,
That was a 360 transformation, wasn't it? As soon as you can see into that, what, you're going to say he's a nice guy? Are you in shame? Yeah, but
I guess so. But like, I don't know. It's kind of
yeah, it is a
Is it person
stupid
to
point,
person?
isn't it? Huh?
it's a person to person thing. Like everyone would have preferred like Bob Hawke over Howard, right? To hang out with. Maybe not.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, there you go. It's like it's just a person thing. I don't know if it's necessarily like idealistically driven.
Yeah, this is a good point. Maybe it isn't. Well, I guess we're going to have to disagree to agree on this one. Because it seems that we've both taken each other's position.
Yes.
We have gone into a mental opposite land.
So, like, should we, like, sum up what's happened right now?
Tom, take it away.
No, you do it.
Oh, okay. Never shy, you mate. Don't be shy. They've got LNP at 39 seats, ALP at 44. Campbell Newman is refusing to admit defeat, even though he has the personal defeat. But he's saying that it might be a minority government for Campbell Newman's ex-government.
That
But
is not
just accept it,
happening.
you've lost. Huh?
That is not happening. Labour National Party is out. And
So saith the expert who has been to Queensland 4 times.
Queensland 4 times, 2 times to go to Nimbin, but nonetheless, still Queensland.
Yes.
Did you go to Queensland tour? So half of the times I went to Queensland was purely to get heaps of weed. Oh, and the biggest update of the election so far, Rai is the man who's been illustrating all of our conversation up until now. We Facebook stalked him. He only let us look at 2 of his pictures. Of one of them is of him sculling a beer, and we asked him to make a meme of whether or not he sculled the whole beer. His answer is, yeah, cunt, he drank the whole thing. All right. Vastly more threatening.
There's Newman.
Newman has left the building.
Newman has left the building. Elvis Presley's out.
Yes. My God, there was a lot of memes in this conversation.
Is this our French
God, I
Revolution?
love our generation. How much more hilarious is our generation than the 60s?
Dude,
Yeah, it would have been more fun, but this is more fun.
This is more fun. That's right.
See,
And how good is
It's
this?
just more crazy. That's all. You just lost your mind.
yeah, our generation is a generation that is not focused on what could be, but wouldn't it be cool if? Yeah. Things that we know aren't ever going to happen.
Yeah.
That is our whole generation's slogan encapsulated in one word that is repeated 4 or 5 times in the slogan, which is la 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 la. Yeah.
And the soccer.
Jonathan Tippett has put up a picture of Ice Cube with the meme, "Today was a good day."
So good.
And it was.
It was an
This is a
amazing day.
really cool day. Yeah. Good point. Good point.
Good on you, matey.
Oh, we've got 4 replies on Rye's picture of Weezer with Campbell Newman and Peter Garrett's face on it. We've got Rye's suggestion of Baldwin, which has got 2 upvotes. Callum Davies, who wrote Camp Bell End. No one likes it so far. We'll give it a like. So he is now 100% increase in a second. Can we make Camp Bell End win now? People up like that. What were the other options that we've got on Logan? Rowan Parry's Weezer. No, I won't get the fact someone on the internet got a pop culture reference wrong. Good point, Rowan. His name's bloody Weezer, damn it. Stop your pie in the sky bullshit and get to the facts. Get an imaginary animal which is 3 planets mashed together with freakish heads, and one of them must have control while the other 2 heads sit there being just as sentient as the other head. In no direction of their life at all. It is truly a crime to get their name wrong after all they've been through. Imagine evolving into that.
But each, like every single one of them is called Weezer. They don't even have an individual name.
Hey, who is that Pokemon?
Who's that Pokemon? Awesome.
Somebody just wrote in Matthew Hayward, put up a meme, asked
T-Rex
him which Pokemon
Newman.
this
Yeah, it's a T-Rex gun with a Newman on the back.
Yeah!
Digivolving.
He
Even rarer than YouTube. It was the hardest. You had to know the cheat. You had to buy Disney Adventures February edition 1997.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice
Matthew.
work.
Isn't being okay? Tony Easton writes in: Isn't being a salesman just a trait required to be part of the LNP? That was Paul Keating's whole point about the Liberal Party, which really put everything into perspective for me. It's so true. You know how every time they ever explain the budget to their electorate, it's always the national budget. The budget of the 14th most important economy on the planet is the same as your family budget. Salesman as, isn't it? They think the carburetor in a car is kind of like magnets. Making it really simple, isn't it? Yeah, so he was always saying that the Liberal Party is a party made up of real estate agents and salesmen. Used car salesmen. Next time you look at the Liberal Party, every last one of them has that kind of visage about them, doesn't it? Somebody who's been well polished but thought they had a very good diet, but their diet is what would have been a good diet with nutritional information in the 50s.
Dude, that's sad.
And the nutrition
Pathetic.
in those ingredients is depleted since then. Fluoride, chemicals, and GMO.
God damn.
65.
All right, I just pumped iron. Time for me fish and chip milkshake.
Gonna put me some tartar sauce in there.
Yeah. So essentially, Paul Keating was saying that it obviously is. 2 Labor treasurers have won best treasurer on the planet. No Liberal treasurer has ever won that award. The only award any treasurer has ever gotten is Peter Costello, who won the most overrated treasurer in the world. Think about that. In the world. As in, Robert Mugabe's treasurer is better than Peter Costello.
Yeah, that's a funny thing, the whole Howard seen as being the guy that saved the economy.
But it was all Keating's policies. They made the economy worse. For instance, superannuation is a very good economic idea because that alleviates pension dollars having to be spent on senior citizens. If you can get your way through your own retirement, that's someone that the state doesn't have to look out for. And it's better for you too because then you don't have to eat dog food and dance the "oh great man, she ain't what she used to be."
And the best part is the corporations are directly paying for it instead of the government. So the government has to pay for your pensions and stuff, but superannuation, your employer is forced to pay for it.
Exactly. And that was Paul Keating's idea, to get us up to 15% of our every dollar that you put in it would gain 15% interest from the government coffers. So it's still a massive saving from the Australian government, especially because more people would go into it if it's 15% minimum. As soon as Howard comes in, cuts it to 9%. That's a huge cost on the Australian budget much later on down the track because he's only thinking about the next 3 years and he's thinking that he can use that interest in tax cuts for the middle class, which is how he got in the whole time. He is now known, when you look at him retrospectively, by the IMF as the most profligate government in Australian history. Profligate, didn't know what this word means, so I had to look it up, means wasteful. Means they were the most wasteful government in Australian history according to the International Monetary Fund. That's a pretty fucked title, isn't it? And he's known as the saviour of the economy to Australia. How did that happen?
17%, man. That's how it
Do you think that an economist was making a speech for that and his wife was saying, "I don't want you to get in trouble, honey. I've got to do this." Then a brick flew through his window. Yeah. And then he looked outside and John Howard in a limousine was putting up the presidential tinted window.
It's essentially that, just way less dramatic.
Yes.
Dude, it was like
So awesome thinking that to beat Alexander Downer for opposition leader, John Howard had to literally beat Alexander Downer savagely in his office. How awesome would that be if that was the historical fact? He got a rock and smashed him in the face over and over again and said, "Okay, so here's what's going to happen. Tomorrow you're going to resign. We're all going to be friends after that, see?"
The series House of Cards was based on John. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, Australian politics doesn't have the sting to it like House of Cards gets it.
But I bet it is though. Like inside, I bet it's kind of like House of Cards. Campbell Newman's card just fell off. It's like, he's going. I'm done for the life, boys. He's essentially
loading his gun.
Like, all right, Jonesy, I'm gonna get you.
Do you think that this would make Campbell Newman happier if he got in a helicopter after his loss and started machine gunning wild brumbies in the outback of Queensland? Do you think that would make him happier? Can you imagine Alexander Palaszczuk being given that option? Going, I don't want to shoot. So beautiful. Do you know what? Shooting them. Don't you think Campbell Newman would be wearing a cowboy hat, saying 50% of his words would be, "Yeah."
I think what would really make him
It would make the gun sounds really funny.
It's like Vietnam. He can't even hear himself. He can't even hear himself over the machine gun's power, but he likes the vibration on his lips.
Yeah. It's like a camo hat on backwards. Close the
I think what would make him even happier also is
being a
the
ninja.
last one that yeah, that would make him genuinely happy.
Being a ninja turtle.
Do you reckon you would lose? Do you reckon you gain more happiness in your super ninja abilities being a teenage mutant ninja turtle, or lose less happiness being a pizza addict turtle? Because Tom already is addicted to pizza.
And
Tom has 4 pizzas a week. That's some people's working week. He has pizzas on every one of those days. Damn.
It's not that bad.
Yeah, do you reckon that's
what your shirts say?
Yes. Tom, the producer of Friendly Jordies t-shirt, which he got from Lonely Kids Club, which is an excellent t-shirt.
Go visit their site right now.
Man, children everywhere that like to dress up as if they're 12 when they're 27.
That's Lonely Kids Club.
I really like their stuff. LTKC. Tom's t-shirt is a picture of a lazy cat with the words "Mo money, mo pizza" on it. That's how much he thinks about pizza.
And cat.
That's how he remembers that he needs to get up each day to work for money. Good money equal pizza.
Eagle boys, ladies and gentlemen, tonight. That's what I'm telling you.
We're still there's no change in the scores. AKA seats 1 of LNP on 39, ALP 44, others 3, question mark 3. Assuming the question mark means seats in question. We all know that.
Are you sure they're not the question mark?
Yes, semi super villains that
Told you.
the question mark party. You'll never know which side will shine.
They always jump
Yes. Here one day, smoke bomb on the other side of the parliament. Here the next. Their leader has one of those masquerade masks on all the time. Nobody knows what his name is. It's just Mr. X.
That's a bag of result.
Question mark party on 3.
Others on 3.
Others on 3. The others are what I'm assuming mutants, rock men specifically that wear Hawaiian t-shirts.
The ghosts from the
Golems. Yes. My mistake. I can't believe I made such an egregious error during the electoral readings. The Others Party is clearly the ghosts in Nicole Kidman that turned out to be the people, and Nicole Kidman was the ghost. So the others are people, and there's no denying that fact that others definitely are human beings. They are the others. Yes. The leader of that party is that clairvoyant old woman.
It's always like knitting or whatever with the veil.
Okay, let's look at the comments now. Audrey Benson, I wanted to get that shit, but I got no money or pizza. Get that spot, kid.
Yeah, let's get pizza, man. What time is it?
11. The only thing that can make this live stream even better is dessert pizza.
That exists.
Have you had that, Leah? Because every time I look at Nutella pizza, I can feel pimples crawling around in my skin. Can't you? Can't you feel that feeling of, you know, when you know you're about to eat something really greasy
I
and
feel the chocolate
you know that you better get some clearest already?
Yeah, no, I love the dessert pizza.
Yeah, thank you for saying that.
I imagine a very thin layer of Nutella under between my skin and my flesh.
Di essentially imagines his arm as a first grade sandwich. Been there for 12 years under his bed. Oh, there it is. There's no use by date on it.
It's just been.
Where's the use by date?
Who's Jared? Oh no! Yes. Right. 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 Why are you doing this to us? Yes.
Ryan has made a picture of Campbell Newman machine gunning Brumbies. That's what I wanted to say all night. Fuck the election. Fuck my Brumbies. Yes.
Photoshop king.
Newman in T-2 hours. Yes. You're missing it, ABC 24. What are you talking about, Owen? What's on? What's the
Oh
comment?
no, these are 26 minutes ago.
Huh?
Everyone's been posting onto the actual page.
All right, let's look at the ABC News 24. Was else Sergio Palaszczuk saying anything? Who cares what this old woman says? Don't you think that most of the words that have ever come out of her mouth is "shh, this is a library." Oh, I'm talking. I'm really scared of having that as an old person, aren't you? Eyes that sag over your eyeballs. Doesn't that look really uncomfortable?
What's that top line? It said 46 AMP.
Yeah, they're projected to win 46 seats, and the LNP is projected to win 40. Oh wait, this girl's with Labour. Nah, you're right.
You're right. My bad.
You go from the mystery election. Yes, question mark party. Maintaining your lead. Secret backroom deals with the most secret party ever. In fact, they won't even give you their name.
The most secret party ever.
Yes. Yes. In university, did you guys have the secret society? God, that was lame.
I hated
I
it.
remember I used to run the podcast at university. Everybody could take a joke that I interviewed. I had to interview as part of it one society a week. That was pretty much the only part of the contract. And then after that, it was kind of a battle royale. It was one of those rules of you can't kill yourself. That's the only rule. But basically,
the secret society, I remember them coming in and I said, the whole premise of the joke with them was, okay, so what's this secret sound? And then I go, and then he goes, all right, are you making a raspberry? And I said, yes. And then I make the sound again, and he goes, okay, well, we're not taking this interview seriously, I'm leaving now. That was the secret society. We never knew anything more about them apart from the, up until then, secret notion that they can't take a joke. For shame, secret society.
They sucked, man. They
They
got like
suck.
so much money, and like you couldn't join it unless you were like invited. And
Yeah, you had to solve clues to get in.
yeah, I hated that.
How many members
Yeah,
did they
I'm
have?
so like not that many, and they got
Thinking
like way more than any other kind of like university society. But like, I didn't really care about societies, so I didn't really care. But
They have like
principle.
lame titles and shit, like Sublime Prince of the Roaring Secret.
I bet they did.
Archmage. Yeah, no, they
The guy, if this tells you any, of course, the head of the secret society had a lisp.
yeah, that tells you.
They'd say every time, secret society.
Screw Eagle Boys, man.
Bri, I'm so glad that you said this. Everybody's listening in on this Google Hangout is up to a sneak peek of a video we're going to release later about how shit Eagle Boys is. And if you like Eagle Boys, write down why you do. I'm ready to eat you up like I do Pizza Hut. Is I hate Eagle Boys. What are you talking about?
It's too cheap.
How is it too cheap? It's the same price as the others. It's
No,
$5
it's-
a pizza,
It's
isn't it?
$3.90. It's going down.
No way.
Yeah, man.
Oh my
You thought they couldn't get below 5. They did. $1.10.
What the heck? God, that's
What's
a terrifying
on the pizza
number.
now for
It's
$2.90?
too cheap. It's too cheap.
It's like
telling you, the
IKEA
size of
sells
that.
sausages now. It's like nobody knows what's in the sausage.
5 is perfect. $3.90.
Yeah, $3.90 makes you feel that you're a bad person. You feel really ashamed of yourself. You have to be clinically depressed to think that that's okay.
Homeless people
Well,
aren't buying
only
that.
depressed people would be in such a fog haze of a mindset that they put down the $3.90 and not notice that that's too disrespectful to your own body.
But you did do
Exactly, Matthew Hayward. Matthew Hayward made the connection that we started talking about how shit Eagle Boys is, but originally we were talking about how the secret society, which is obviously the question marks at the end of the tally. If you look at the ABC 24 tally board at the bottom,
They won 3
they've
seats.
won 3 seats so far. The secret party, the mystery party. Matthew Hayward has corrected us. Thank you very much, Matthew. It's clearly the mystery party. Yeah, the secret. That's what we're saying. The secret society is the young liberals of the question mark party.
They got, yeah, they were such apologies. Just for 3. Yeah. Like a secret code in the ballot.
It's the only part of the ballot that's blacked out.
Yeah, that's a really cool thought, isn't it, for the secret party, that their preference is 3, which makes it a secret 1.
Yeah. They get, like, yeah, it's a special box.
The mystery of the 3.
Yeah, you have to
Brilliant.
vote for the secret party. You have to rub lemon on the piece of paper for it to appear.
Oh, is it?
That's how you can vote for them. And that's why it's a 3 instead of a 1, because they have that marked disadvantage. They get 3 votes for every person that didn't. That's how they got the unfair advantage. I'm telling you, the electoral system is a rort. It needs to be totally revamped.
See, Clive Palmer, man.
Oh yeah. Why do you think Clive Palmer's good again? So we were talking before about how he thinks he's an environmentalist because he's a coal baron and he hasn't dug up all the coal he owns.
Yeah.
That's what makes him. He hasn't dug up 30% of the Earth's coal that would push us over to the 2%.
But he could, and he chose not to.
Yes.
Yeah, the other reason.
So essentially, he's the same as a pimp threatening tricks.
And the other thing is he's fixing the electoral commission. So there you go.
Yeah, how?
He,
Go on.
He,
Defend him.
You worthless piece of shit. Please tell us.
I can't remember now.
Bitch move. Bitch move.
I'm not going to engage this kind of thing.
I thought this was going to be a serious discussion.
I found out what the three means: the lemon, the juice, and the holy zest.
Die, resident conspiracy theorist nut and fishing enthusiast has figured out why the secret party had 3 votes.
Yes, Tony Easton. Triangles have 3 sides. Clearly, it's the Illuminati. Yes.
Illuminati be a distraction, yo!
You can
Focus on the real issue, the Earth is flat.
What Earth is that party, man?
Back to the basics.
Sorry, please tell us why Clive Palmer has fixed the electoral system. Come on.
What did he do?
He made it so you need to show your ID when you go to vote, and he made it so you can't vote at more than one place. Like you know how you could like go from like to like 5 different like voting booths in the day and get 5 votes in.
No, I didn't know that was legal.
It's not like technically allowed, but you could get away with it. And he got really pissed off because like one of his people didn't get in, so he like got really angry and like has made all these changes. So he thinks he's made a positive impact to to everything.
And that is one up from before me. There was no green bin in the councils, and now there's a green bin for green disposal. Everybody's got a compost bin now.
It's the little things, man.
Do you realize that's
You want to
actually a
change the
massive
world?
start?
Yeah,
That's a massive thing. The green dustbin is a huge thing.
You know what's even? You know what's even bigger? You know what's even bigger? Titanic 2.
Thank you. Yeah, the green bin's massive.
Dude, it's huge. You don't realize. Imagine if all of your rubbish was just pooled in together. You'd need like an army of people to separate shit. The green bin idea was a gem of an idea. It was like, no. Start from the basics. You put your shit in different places so it's easier for us to figure it out. That actually helps the environment heaps. There's like literature on it. Like third world countries, this is the pressing issue where they're not separating their rubbish.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
He solved it for us again.
Right.
Right on a roll.
This guy's the
It's
best.
a right roll.
He's literally with us in this room.
Yes, Rye is a ghost, just like in the movie Ghost. But communicating to us electronically, so it's a mix between Sleepless in Seattle and Ghost. Wow,
Was that
2 great movies at once. Rye.
One does not just simply close the Illuminati.
Yes.
That's too much.
Rye, are you a ghost?
I'm just gonna create a ride.
Dastly is praying to Rye.
So yeah, man, you have a worm farm. As if the green bin isn't like a thing that's like contributing.
Yeah, but how does that help Clive Palmer? He didn't come up with the great.
Well, yeah, but it's just little.
But he like.
Oh, but you're saying that what he did is slightly better than the green bin, and the green bin's a good thing.
I'm just saying it's a tiny thing,
I've
which
changed my mind.
it's not bad, right?
Yeah.
It's not like a bad thing.
Dude, he's got 0 votes, man. Come
Give
on.
him a break.
Give him a little bit. He's on fucking 0 at the moment.
He loves them.
The mystery team has more freaking seats than like
And the mystery party, if you look at their easy to read guide for the next 3 years of policy, it's got one sentence, which is, wouldn't you like to know? Yeah, and Clive Palmer lost out to that.
Yeah, poor guy. Ghost Rider.
Yeah, from now on, Rye is Ghost Rider. So said Joshua Nan. Josh, thanks for giving us something slightly more zesty to call Rye by. Can we play John Cena's My Time Is Now for him? Oop, no time. There's Wayne Swan talking again. Guys, switch over to ABC 24.
You're gonna miss it.
Yeah.
What's he saying?
Do you like the idea of Wayne Swan more as a human being purely because his last name is Swan? Does that make him sound more majestic to you? That there's more of a passionate and magical side to him instead of Dodo. Wayne Dodo. Yo, Joe. Imagine if he was treasurer as that, and he comes to press conferences with a treasure chest and pulls out a bunch of coins, going, "We got this much money left."
Count it if you pay. There's only a handful of count.
It goes faster if we all help. You would lift me up onto the seat and can't fly. Wayne Dodo also is so stupid that he has the last 2 dodos in existence and uses them as roller skates going down to his local roller skate park. Like, hey fellas, can I have a turn on the ball? So that's it's so much better having Wayne Swan than that, isn't it?
To his credit, he does defend the dodos with his life.
Yes. It's so much better thinking about, if they die, he kind of goes into grief. You know when geese, if one of the partners of a goose dies, this is so much more sad and beautiful than a swan. If one of the partners of a goose dies, the other one dies of grief.
What a goose!
Yes, but has it taken a new meaning, the phrase, what a goose? Does that mean somebody now that loves their partner so much that they just don't want to be in this world anymore when they die? Well, that's so romantic.
I don't want to talk about love anymore, man. I don't want to talk about it.
Man, that's lame. Come on. You
Is that right?
Right, so it's getting pretty creepy now. Ghost Rider. Yes.
Oh my god. He is as good as Nicolas Cage.
Ghost Ride the
He's
Whip.
better than Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage. Oh, right, yeah.
Do you know what Ghost Ride the Whip is?
What? No.
I can't believe this. This is how dumb humanity is. This is the level of what I thought Queensland was until I saw this amazing turnout in the election. But I thought that in Florida there was this rapper that came up in the 90s. I think he was the lead title singer to the album for Ghostbusters, maybe Ghostbusters 2 or something, and it was a rap where it goes, Ghost Ride the Whip, Ghost Ride the Whip, Ghost Ride the Whip. A whip obviously being a car, we all know that. And Ghost Riding the Whip is standing on the bonnet of the car while the car is driving, and you do a dance while it's driving. 50 dumb motherfuckers out there thought that was physically possible and died Ghost Riding the Whip. Think of the contrast of humanity in that.
That's why
Einstein and Ghost Ride the Whip.
Hey man,
it's called
I've
Ghost
done that.
Riding. You turn into
I've done that shit, man.
Really, I paid that out pretty hard. I don't know.
I'd like.
Yeah, what happened when you ghost read the whip?
Yeah, but instead of the bonnet, I was pretty much just sitting on the side mirror, on the mirror seat, but had my head out of the window and my body.
Reckless.
It was fun though. People got creeped out. That was my main mission.
Man.
What? So you just had your head out the
No, not the head, but the whole body.
I'm a dog.
The whole body.
you
I was
sitting?
literally sitting on the,
On
when
the
the window comes out, I was sitting on that outside, and nobody was actually driving the car. Even the driver was outside the window. He just had one leg to his accelerator. He didn't give a fuck about the brakes.
Did you have your ass out?
What?
Yeah.
How old were you, Ale?
15.
Was the driver 15? Because in case you didn't know, Ali's from Pakistan.
So the
The driver was 15 as
Yeah.
well. Is that legal to do?
No.
It's legal if you've got $20 and you can break the car.
Were you in Elysium and you could just like do whatever you wanted to? You just drove
Yeah.
out of Elysium and they were just like, let him go.
Well, that happens as well. But if you've got $20 in your pocket, you're the king.
What a world.
Yes, that's awesome that Snoop Dogg can cry about having $20 to my name in one of his rap songs. I don't know, I was really into him when I was 16. that $20 to your name.
Callum Davis.
Yes. Mean geniuses. There's so many of those pictures I want to put up on my fridge. Do you feel like giving marks to these? And heaps of them would be getting A+. Such nice kindergarten teachers we are. I don't understand why there's so much blue on the electoral screen.
They just said that Labor's got definitely 2 more seats.
So ALP's 45?
Yeah.
ALP won government.
How crazy is that?
They were in for a term.
And they called it over.
That. I don't know about what happened when the last time that was in Queensland, but when it happened in Victoria, the last time there was a change in government after one term was in the 50s. The revolution has begun, where people wait until the election and vote for somebody who's slightly less right-wing than the other one. We are in the age of, our generation is not hippies. As you said before, Jack, we are neo-hippies. No, what was it? McHippies.
That's awesome. Corporate hippie.
It's pretty much nothing the same as a hippie, except for we're still really impressed by dudes that can play guitars semi-well. What else have we got in common with them? That's the only reason why we have hippies at the end.
It's just the look.
Because what do you think is cooler? A dude that can play Stairway to Heaven or the $2 value meal at McDonald's? It's the $2 value meal. It's so much better.
Yeah.
It's such a better use of your time than listening to someone go. Oh, hang on.
I've got this. I've got it this time.
Have we got Anastasia making a speech? Girl, get up on that podium.
$1 cheeseburger.
You can get them now. So you can get
10 cheeseburgers for $10 for ugly.
Can you?
Stack them up.
You used to be able to. I don't know if you can. I bet you can still get a $1 cheeseburger.
Yeah.
It's a $2 for a double cheeseburger.
Nagging. This is an incredible turnout, isn't it, guys?
What a day.
Oh, I just really want to make that double quarter pounder or quarter pounder lasagna thing.
Oh, are you talking about Epic Mealtime's
Yeah.
most viewed video, which is, for anyone who hasn't seen it,
The Big Mac lasagna.
Yeah, Big Mac
Is that it?
lasagna.
I'm sorry, do you find that idea delicious? Does that make your tummy rumble, Doug?
In the moment, it does.
I'm sorry, alright?
Me too, actually. Until the dude that has the massive mouth and can smash it all in 2 bites, but they always have at the end.
Yeah, it's always good until then.
It's all, yeah.
Man, I can't think about that.
God. And then you realise you're him.
Why did you
You're him, but you can't even
It's the worst. At McDonald's and Red Rooster today. Can't think.
Can I get the trifecta?
Yeah. Finish it. Going this far.
So you reckon the reason why Campbell Newman lost is because people lost their jobs, and when you fuck with jobs, you fuck with my support.
That's part of it.
Do you reckon that's the main reason of it?
That and also like people are realizing that the government has stopped spending money on public welfare. The government is just keeps on taking the TAFEs are in a horrible position in Queensland and in New South Wales as well, by the way. So they've stopped, by the way, I don't know, TAFE is not getting any more funding. So local students who are getting like really cheap degrees because they're going to TAFE, they don't have anything else to do, they didn't even get into uni, now have to pay the same amount of money that international students have to pay.
What?
Yeah. They can get loans for it, but they still have to pay that money. Before you could like senior citizens could pay like $200 for a TAFE course that would cost $8,000 for an international. Now they have to pay $8,000 as well.
Yeah. It's like one of the FriendlyJordies editors, his girlfriend's paying 20 grand for a 6-month TAFE course.
What's the TAFE course in? I bet it's in lip gloss shades. Is it? What else can you learn in 6 months?
I think it's in graphic design.
I mean, they should have got funding for that.
In a way, it is. That much
Lip gloss
shade. Must be studying really hard. I'm very proud of you.
Lip gloss shades.
Yeah. So what? It's lip gloss on a screen, isn't it? That is also all this crap. I'm going through all my notes of all the stuff that Campbell Newman did as Premier. With the anti-biking laws, such an upheaval. It was on the level of dictators. Those laws. The only countries that have gotten laws that are similar to that are essentially police states, such as Singapore. Malaysia has that as well. But that's not even a developed country. In most Western democracies, the biking laws that Campbell Newman introduced were unheard of. I think that was probably a reason why a lot of Queenslanders voted for them as well, because they realised that they are under a feudal system now. How awesome would it be if one of his policies for the next time he got in after this was, I'm introducing an onion tax. Everyone had to pay 15 onions a week.
Oh, I think that's coming
Otherwise, they
next.
get executed.
Because that law is not going to get repealed, I don't think.
The biking law.
Yeah.
What's your conspiracy theory on that?
Well,
No, Labor said that they already are, but are you saying, so what, man? Promises, give me the results. You've got the power for less than an hour, do something.
well, I guess we have to wait and see.
Do you think they would repeal the bikie laws though? Because it's a hassle going through that whole process of repealing it.
No, it's not.
We just won't
Talking
use
about as
them. We
much
won't
as-
use them yet. And then the next Liberal government gets here and just like, bam! Fisted. Fisted with those laws.
Yeah, that is a really scary prospect. What there was, yeah. Okay, so when he introduced those laws, they were so draconian that there was an independent commission that used to review laws outside of Parliament while they were going through to say, is this okay or not? They realised that the guy that was making it was so corrupt that I can't remember his name, Dr. Meanie Pants, we'll call him. He did have a doctor name. He was under the tribunal's assessment of him. They uncovered that he was corrupt, essentially. They never got to the stage of proving it because Campbell Newman, in classic emperor fashion, fired the entire council, scrapped all of them, and replaced them with puppets of him, of people of him. Now, as horrible to the law and unconstitutional as that is, you gotta give him credit for that. If you're gonna be a cane, be a cane. Dictate. What do you think dictate mean? It means I say you right.
Great cane, shine fast, fall fast.
Yeah. He raised tens of millions of dollars for that state campaign. The reason why governments are willing, especially in Queensland got, for the last election, the LNP received from donations And they were still getting around the same level of donations as the Labor Party was until you factored in mining contributions, and then they outspent Labor 4-1 in the last election. This one it was 7-1. But last election they got 95% of their donations from the mining industry, which obviously that's never been done before. There's never been one industry that's given that much of a political preference to a party. So they obviously owed heaps of favors before that. This election he was putting in, he got he raised tens of millions of dollars in secret that he didn't have to declare. That's how much money we're dealing with in these state elections. And the reason why companies, massive international companies, are so interested in state elections as opposed to federal elections is because in a federal election, whoever's in federal governments are still fairly big. They're not completely under the thumb of corporations because there's so much at stake that there's enough awareness in the public that they can't get absolutely everything they want. So, for instance, at least Labor had the balls to put in a mining tax because they thought maybe enough people would be interested. They clearly weren't. It was supposed to raise $60 billion over 10 years. In the time that it was in, it only raised $126 million because they'd made so many concessions to stop the mining industry from putting out a $100 million campaign against it. But in state elections, they can pretty much run that entire region through the state because the state is given constantly power as soon as a conservative government is in. So the next time you listen to Chris Pine or even Tony Abbott will talk about it constantly where he says, no, we've got to give more leeway and power to the states when it comes to hospitals and education. They're the ones that should be running this. That's always been the way that the states have been running the schools and the hospitals and the services such as roads. We're just providing a little bit of funding here and there. They always want to pawn things off to the state because it's much easier to control what happens within a state. So the more power a state has, the more power a corporation has. It's a really, that thought, it troubles me because it means you have to be concerned with 8 elections.
Yeah. And they know that none of the viewers are actually interested in state elections, so they can pull this shit off all the time. Like the federal government would always be, wary of what their policies are. You have no idea what the state government is doing. They're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on infrastructure projects just for mining, and they always get through.
Yeah.
Because people don't know what's going on.
Fuck, yeah.
Once they do, they're like, hold on, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, you need someone like Campbell Newman to make anyone interested. Like anywhere else, it's just like, do you know the Premier of New South Wales?
Yeah, no, I don't.
Exactly.
And the election coverage for that will be coming up in 2 months. Stay tuned and
We will
figure out who the opposition leader and the Premier is, and we live in that state we don't know. What a superstar Campbell Newman is. Don't you think some babies' first words in Queensland would have been Campbell? He dominates so much of the headlines for a Premier.
But that's so that's pretty crazy. Like it's the only one that anyone would know about. I guess Queensland's like kind of one of the more bigger culprits.
I think Campbell Newman is pretty much the only premier that's actually a boss. I think that's the difference.
Yeah.
You know who bosses are. You don't know who Victoria's premier is. He's probably a green.
We do know.
We actually
did a lot
Yeah,
of
we do know who he is. He's Daniel Andrews, and he is the closest human being to the Quasimodo from Hunchback of Notre Dame that there is. Have you seen him? He has a hunch. He is a hunchback, and one of his eyes is smaller than the other. It looks like a lot of his job before that, his job while he was working his way up in the unions was, I was part of the bell union. It was my job to smash my face against the bell to tell everyone it was 12 o'clock in Melbourne. I know this city from the ground up. Either that or he was kind of like canal boat operators in Venice. He was the sewer version of that. Ferrying mutant premiers from drain pipe to talk with the unland premier. Those would have been. I don't know what his history was behind that. Yeah, the Liberal Party was always saying that he was part of the CFMEU, and as a result of that, he would the exact same tactic that the Liberal Party uses here. He's funded by bikies. Ooh, it was same shit every time you hear it ever.
They're not creative at all.
Yeah.
It's the same for every state.
Can you imagine them being very creative, though? Do you think the most creative house somebody who is a Liberal voter lives in is if you went into their house and it was a Burke's Backyard special, they'd have an attic.
Yeah, so
And look at this, a fridge that you don't have to be in the room for. I can just press my keys and look, the fridge door open.
But they'd have to get up to get the shit out of the fridge.
Yeah.
But they're happy with the fact that it opened by itself.
What do you think of that, Burke? I bet you Burke would be very interested. Hey, look at that.
for the amount of money they're putting into advertising, yeah, it's really bad. There's just like no idea work with it.
If we go to ABC 24, I bet you it's still on 3-3. Yeah, we haven't changed for an hour now. It's been... Just get to the speech. Stop showing the cryogenically frozen Woody. It's so obvious that she's a Liberal politician, isn't it?
She's wearing red though, man.
Yeah, but it's what would have been hip in the 80s for women to wear, isn't it?
Mystery Party's still strong at 3.
They could decide this, but
They have it anyway.
it is anyone's guess, question mark. Oh, please, Mystery Party. Wear capes at your victory announcement.
I would love for, like, in the next 2 minutes, they just get, like, 30 more.
Mr.
30 more votes.
Yeah,
Just to
get that
shock.
The surprise wedding.
And they formed the government.
And on the first day of the Parliament's maiden day speeches, everybody who is from the question mark party, they replace themselves with flamingos with bowler hats on. So nobody knows who they are just yet. More surprises to come in the strangest state election in history. Any other facts that we've got here that we haven't talked about since then?
What day is it?
Discussion of politics and consumption of V.
Yes.
You gotta bring that
the last
grass up.
half an hour of this ABC broadcast, most of the words I bet will be Ali saying, Ali sleepy now. That'll be 80% of the words. Dice snoring counts for 10%. We magically apparate pajamas on ourselves. It's time to go to bed. It's been a big day for everyone.
What a great day. Alright.
I don't know where they get these figures from. Is anyone impressed by that?
What?
What? You have to be a pretty sad human being to be goaded into voting for someone when you have $500 off on your power bill. Is that a point that would impress anyone you know? Do you know anyone in your circle of friends? And anybody who's listening to this right down on Facebook, if you know anyone who thinks that saving $500,000 a year on a power bill is reason to vote for someone.
I don't know, man. I reckon a lot of people would feel that way.
You know anyone?
Yeah.
Me, man.
Yeah.
If I was,
They're like, I'm getting $500.
He would be happy.
It's not $500, it's $500 in savings. Do you think you would notice that?
Alright, that's like a quarter of the year worth of power. Most electricity bills are like around that, right? Per quarter.
If I wrote it down on a piece of paper.
Would you not? Is that how much they save?
No, they don't. Power bills have increased in Queensland under Campbell Newman. It's this pie-in-the-sky figure that they pull out of nowhere. It's the same with the carbon tax. They claimed that $500 in savings you would receive on power bills. You didn't. You maybe, at absolute best, received $150 in power savings, but that's probably not even correct because the privatisation of electricity grids is going to make it way more expensive. And on top of that, the price of electricity has doubled over the past 5 years. 5% of that had to do with the carbon tax. The other 95% was the electricity company saying, oh yeah, we're building a tower out to Dunedoo because, 10 people, they need $1 billion of infrastructure, so you had to pay for that. That's why they've increased. That's why it's doubled. It's got very, very little to do with the carbon tax at all. But it was the same with Campbell Newman. He's writing off that same figure, and on top of that, including an extra $33 in savings that he claims that he added. That didn't happen. In the time that Campbell Newman's been in power, the electricity bill went up by 35% during peak periods. I don't know when peak period is, imagining 8. Anyway, whenever Pretty Little Lies on Fox 8 is on, that'll be about the time that everyone's like, trying to sit down and see what's happening with the girls. And during peak and during off peak, it went up by 42%. So there was almost a 50% increase. And he's saying, "I take you $500." It's a figure pulled out of nowhere. It basically doesn't exist. There's very little merit to say that.
Well, fuck him. He's gone anyways.
Why are we still talking about this?
Yeah, he's dead. Did he just come up on TV and say, "Bitch, I'm down. Stop kicking me"?
Anastasia's coming on, guys. All right, we're crossing live to ABC 24 coverage of Anastasia Palaszczuk making one of the most riveting speeches in state elections ever. This will be up there with Nelson Mandela, I'm sure.
So happy.
Good evening, everyone. Well, I said it was going to be a David and Goliath battle, and it certainly was.
Woo! That is an amazing point.
Who would have thought
She kept one
3
promise
years
already.
ago we would be making history tonight? It's still too close to call,
No, it's not.
At
Yeah,
present?
honey.
but I'm very hopeful that we will be able to form government in this year.
Oh my god, this is so exciting!
Are you happy, boys? We did it, boys. We did it.
But the real promotion of 4 boy children and Tom Shannon. New South Wales.
Singing.
Can I say that the support has been absolutely overwhelming. As I've spent the last 3 years travelling right across Queensland, I am so humbled by the support that has been shown to me as I've met people from all walks of life. Queensland is an amazing state, a truly amazing state. But there are a few thank yous I do want to make tonight. First of all, I want to thank my amazing caucus team. My amazing caucus team. They have worked so hard. They have worked so hard each and every day, going beyond the call of duty. And tonight I want to pay special tribute to my deputy, Tim O'Heron, who is retiring. Thank you, Ted. And to Desley Scott, an amazing woman. Can I congratulate our new Labor members of Parliament?
Welcome aboard, guys.
Yes, yes, something you would never see in
There's a lot more than one.
half a billion.
Can I also thank all of our Labor candidates who stood for us in this election? Can I thank the great Australian Labor Party? To Dick Williams, our party president, to Evan Moorhead, our state secretary, to Anthony Chisholm, our campaign director, and John Postman. They have done an absolutely amazing job, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To all of the branch members, all of the party members who stood on the polling booths out there, thank you so much. You've worked so hard. Can I thank the union movement?
Yes. Power in the union, Jimmy.
Because it is the union movement that stands up each and every day and fights for better conditions for workers right across this state.
Yeah. Preach, Shakespeare, preach. Church.
And I thank my amazing opposition staff, headed by Angela McDonough, Lindsay, Marshall, Peter Nix, Jackie Hughes,
Yes.
and a big thank you to Chris and Brendan who travelled with me during this campaign. A big thank you to my Inala electorate for once again. What an amazing community we have out here. We do it tough, but we stand up and we get things done. I have to mention my amazing family. I know my grandmother is here tonight somewhere. Hi there. And can I thank, most importantly, the people of Queensland who have put their trust back into the Labor Party.
You don't exist. You don't exist. Yes. Imagine if she started activating in and out of reality at that point.
Can I also give a big congratulations to Kate Jones?
The face keeps going back from that to the skeleton where we try that.
Kate and I have been friends for many years, and congratulations, Kate. But I also, on a very serious note, want to wish Campbell Newman and his wife, Lisa, and their family all the very best for their future.
Go, Lisa.
She's lost my support.
Yeah.
Over the last 3 years, I've been travelling across Queensland, listening to Queenslanders. We will continue to listen to you. That is my commitment. You have put your trust back into the Labor Party, and my promise tonight is I will value that trust. I will value that trust each and every day. But today the people of Queensland sent a very clear message. And that message was, they do not want their assets sold.
The message was fuck Tony Abbott or don't make more bills more expensive.
I think it was pretty much fuck Tony Abbott because you make my
It's
bills
more
more
expensive.
We will keep our assets in public hands
Hey.
for future generations. Finally, I want to unite Queensland. I want to bring Queensland back together. Let's put the past 3 years behind us. Let's have a consensus government where we bring people together, where we listen and where we unite. And tomorrow, we begin a brand new chapter in Queensland's history. Thank you.
They saw coming before today's stunning results. She thanks her team, she thanks her staff, she also thanks her family for one of the important messages that we send.
Well, she's a very nice girl, isn't she?
Thanking her nana.
Does she make you feel? It's awesome. I don't have to have a sex change and wait 6 years to know what it's like to be an 80-year-old woman. After listening to that station.
So such a nice girl.
Yeah, she should have definitely played this at the end, shouldn't she? Yeah, that would be politically.
They can't touch it for another few years.
Blood killed the kryptonite, yeah. Big features from Florida.
Alright.
Alright, that's enough of that. Anastasia, what an amazing turnaround. That is the great, it just feels like it ate to a book, doesn't it, tonight? It really
Fairy tale ending.
Darcy Thomas, Leafroy, bar As is, hang on a second, Brian, did you put up some? No, Michael Krug, mermaids deserve nothing but rights to.
Been there since the start. Yes.
It
took him that long to make.
No, good on you. Michael proving that Slow and Steady wins the race, talking about mermaid fish sticks people that we were discussing 2 hours ago. But it still deserves all 5 likes that it got. Excellent rendition. As is Darcy Thomas Leafroy's mission accomplished, making Anastasia the same as the prince at the bottom. Who's he put at the okay, Tony Abbott is the bad evil. I haven't seen it, but I'm imagining that that's Rasputin, is it? Is that the beast? No. That's
It's
it's very nice. It's very nice.
Yeah, good work.
This is an incredible turnaround. Wow. Think about that. The last 3 elections, Labor has not smashed, except for in Victoria, but that was really expected, wasn't it? You fuck with my ass, you fuck with me. But yeah, in South Australia, Queensland, and Victoria now, the only one that's won since since Tony Abbott got in office was Will Hodgman, but that was in Tasmania, but that was to be expected because Tony Abbott had only been in office for I think 2 months when that election came in. I'm sorry, I'm really not. don't quote me on that. Yeah, it's been a wow. What was just it was so exactly. Critics are calling this election a tour de force.
Man, like 4 hours into that, I was on the floor, and I was struggling after not saying anything for 2 hours. But then I got up and I pulled through, man. I'm proud of myself, man.
We're proud of you too, man. I think the real winner tonight is Di.
Yeah! Nah, man.
Di accomplishing the impossible. Far more of an achievement than coming back from not even having double digits in Parliament. In fact, not technically being able to run an opposition. That's where Labor came from. They were kind of basically a minor party. in Queensland's election up until tonight, and then they've come back to win an election. But Dai is still the true winner of tonight.
Staying awake.
From getting off the ground, where he was staring at the ceiling, contemplating whether he should sit up, and he made the right choice.
That being 100% correct, what part of the swing do you think you contributed, Joe?
In terms of that, well, let's go through the stats. A lot of the videos reached over 100,000 people, and when you looked at the comments, most of them were Queenslanders going, "Oh my god, I fucking hate my state. I'm leaving tomorrow." And unlike if that was something that would be said on Brisbane Times newspaper article, where a lot of people would be saying, "Shea wouldn't want to be ya," thinking that's a witty retort. I saw that so much. And 3 people liking it going, "Yes, never heard that before." Incredible.
All right. Well,
So yeah, I don't think I contributed shit. It was all an idiot, obviously. But still, yeah.
I think you're here
I
for
don't know.
4%. 4.
4 was a good number. Yeah.
Oh, it's one more
Yeah,
than the
that-
mystery team card.
Anything that an Italian American has ever commentated about on when it comes to politics has lost all credibility as soon as it came out in that accent. Do you have any faith at all when you hear somebody on Hannity? Hannity is kind of an Alan Jones a conservative commentator in the US for anybody who doesn't know. When you hear somebody on there say, "I just don't trust him, where's his birth certificate?" No, it doesn't have the same ring as somebody who's sitting there saying exactly that. But well, I don't see it. It's not in front of me, and I got to see things to believe, except for when it comes to God. Yeah, well, I suppose that's the end of the Google Hangout. Thanks for hanging out with us.
yeah.
Thanks, Google. Thanks, Lonely Kids Club, for making the shirt "No Money, No Pizza."
Yeah.
We'd like to take this opportunity to announce that we will be making a podcast weekly from now on, and the first one will be on all the things that Andrew Bolt said that were wrong about Gough Whitlam's legacy. I can't be bothered to make any more videos on it.
Yeah.
Thanks for listening, guys. It was a pretty good turnout.
What a great
Good. I'm sure all of you are very happy with the turnout. And if you're not, fuck yours.